Chapter 585. Therefore, demon ancestor Rahu would never let go of this opportunity. In order to guard against demon ancestor Rahu's sudden attack, Feng Zichen and the other experts of the primordial world had to be careful and vigilant of all movements in the primordial world. In this way, they could not spare too many experts to deal with the four ferocious beasts with Hao Yin. Sigh. That's true. I have to say that demon ancestor Rahu hiding in the dark is really a brilliant move. One person has taken up most of our energy. It makes us restrained everywhere and not dare to use our full strength. Hao Yin could not help but sigh heavily. His words showed that he was very afraid of demon ancestor Rahu. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. This is how it is. Feng Zichen agreed. If demon ancestor Rahu was in the light, they would not be so afraid. However, demon ancestor Rahu hid in the dark and did not come out. This made them uncomfortable. With demon ancestor Rahu's strength, he might not be able to deal with their joint forces, but he was absolutely confident that he could kill one or two of them. Imagine, an expert who could take their lives was hiding in the dark and watching them at all times. Who wouldn't be afraid? Although demon ancestor Rahu could only attack once. But this time, it was enough for him to kill any expert in the primordial world other than the Tao ancestor. After this attack, demon ancestor Rahu would be besieged by all the experts in the primordial world and would have no choice but to flee to the chaos. However, the person who was ambushed by demon ancestor Rahu would really die. Although there were many experts in the primordial world, no one wanted to be the person who was ambushed by demon ancestor Rahu. Everyone had cultivated bitterly for hundreds of millions of years and survived countless calamities to reach their current cultivation level. They did not want to die just like that and cause their lifetime of cultivation to turn into flowing water. Therefore, everyone was patient and obediently stayed in the training hall. They were vigilant at all times and did not give demon ancestor Rahu a chance to ambush them. In fact, this time, the four ferocious beasts were wreaking havoc in the primordial world. Why didn't anyone attack? That was the reason. Once they appeared to fight the four ferocious beasts, they would definitely give demon ancestor Rahu a chance to ambush them. Therefore, no one dared to move. They were all watching. As for why Hao Yin would attack, it was because he had no choice. As the heavenly emperor, protecting the peace of the primordial world was his duty. He had no choice but to take action. Otherwise, the more serious the damage caused to the untainted land by the four great ferocious beasts, the worse Hao Yin's fate would be when the way of heaven settled the score. Of course, from another perspective, Hao Tian's intervention was also expected. Everyone treated vast heaven as bait to fish out the big fish that was fiend ancestor Rahu. Once fiend ancestor Rahu launched a sneak attack on vast heaven, everyone would swarm him and heavily injure or even kill him. Why use Hao Yin as bait? It was also related to his identity. Firstly, he was the heavenly emperor, the supreme ruler of the primordial world in name. His identity was precious enough. Secondly, great heaven had a great enmity with the demon sect. Currently, most of the forces of the demon sect on the surface were destroyed by Hao Yin. Just these 2 points alone were enough for fiend ancestor Rahu to take action, even if he knew it was a trap. As for Hao Yin's safety, no one cared. The position of celestial emperor was too important. For this reason, there were many people in the world who wanted Hao Yin to fall. However, Hao Yin was completely unaware of these schemes. It was not that he was not smart enough, but that he was deceived. With the support of the power of heaven and earth, although Hao Yin had the power of the 5th level of primordial chaos, his mental state cultivation was still maintained at the original level, which was the realm of sage-to-be perfection. In this case, with the saint's realm of primordial chaos, if he secretly schemed against Hao Yin, he would not be able to react in a short time. And this short period of time was enough to take his life. If not for this, he would not have foolishly come down to the mortal world and deal with the 4 great ferocious beasts personally. Fortunately, Feng Zichen had Hongmeng Daozhong, the supreme treasure, in this scheme. Otherwise, with his half-step primordial chaos realm, he would be foolishly sent to his death within the range of the saint's deceit. When experts exchange blows, they would be limited by the conditions. Strength was secondary. Imperceptible calculations were the most fatal. This time, the saint gave Feng Zichen a good lesson. In silence, he schemed against Hao Yin, the celestial emperor. If it were not for Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen would have almost fallen into their trap. Since Brother Emperor has come here to stop me, you must have a way. Just as Feng Zichen was distracted, Hao Yin spoke with a smile. That's right. Feng Zichen nodded and said. He stopped Hao Yin not to remind him out of kindness. In this untainted land, there were many people who hoped that Hao Yin would fall. Coincidentally, Feng Zichen was one of them. He made a move at this time just to make use of Hao Yin before he died. The four great ferocious beasts are the embodiment of rules. There is no power in the untainted land that can completely kill them. And every time they fall, it is for the next stronger rebirth. So, I plan to suppress the four great ferocious beasts in the boundless starry sky so that they can never escape. Without hiding anything, Feng Zichen frankly told his plan. Suppressing the four great ferocious beasts in the boundless starry sky was his purpose. The four great ferocious beasts could not be killed, only suppressed. In this case, it was better to suppress them in the boundless starry sky. On the one hand, it could get rid of the untainted land forever. On the other hand, it could strengthen the origin of Zhoxing. Pangu could even refine the chaos demon god, let alone the four great ferocious beasts. According to Feng Zichen's plan, he would suppress the four great ferocious beasts in the boundless starry sky and then refine them with the god Pangu to strengthen the origin of Zhoxing. And this refining was not to kill them, but to leave them with a breath. As long as the four great ferocious beasts did not die, the negative energy that existed in the untainted land would continue to gather towards them to increase their strength. In this way, the god Pangu could refine the four great ferocious beasts and provide power for Zhoxing. This was equivalent to the boundless starry sky having four more energy suppliers that would never run out. The four great ferocious beasts that were comparable to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian continuously provided power for the boundless starry sky. In addition to the chaotic energy that the god Pangu absorbed, it would not take long for the boundless starry sky to return to its peak state. And at that time, Feng Zichen would be able to jump out of the cage of the heavenly way and obtain true freedom. Suppress in the boundless starry sky? This method is feasible. However, in order to suppress the four great ferocious beasts, it will definitely involve most of the power of the boundless starry sky. In the future, if you want to use the power of the boundless starry sky, I'm afraid it will not be as easy as before. After thinking about it, Hao Qian said, in confusion. In his opinion, this method was very feasible. But to Feng Zichen, it was harmful and not beneficial. Not only would it waste energy, but it was also equivalent to binding his hands and feet and greatly reducing his strength. It was not worth it. It's okay. It's all for the sake of the world. It's nothing if I lose some strength. After hearing Hao Yin's words, Feng Zichen immediately put on a righteous look and spoke passionately. You are indeed benevolent and righteous. I thank you for your kindness on behalf of all the people in the world. Hao Yin first laughed and then solemnly bowed to Feng Zichen and tried to make an expression of gratitude. Of course, he would not believe a single word that Feng Zichen said. However, he could not figure out the key point. He kept feeling that something was wrong. In his impression, Feng Zichen was not the kind of person who would sacrifice his own interests for the sake of all the people in the world. However, although he could not figure it out, it did not prevent Hao Yin from agreeing and confirming the plan, not giving Feng Zichen a chance to regret. Brother, you are too serious. Seeing that Hao Yin was going to thank him on behalf of all the people in the world, Feng Zichen's eyes twitched. Unlike these people, Hao Yin was the celestial emperor. He was really qualified to represent all the people in the untainted land. If he said he would represent all the people in the world, he would really represent all the people in the world. He was not like the others, who were just a means to occupy a righteous position. This had a practical effect. Just after Hao Yin thanked him, Feng Zichen immediately felt a strong psyche power surging from the void and strengthening his body. With the psyche power, if Feng Zichen fulfilled his promise, he would get a lot of benefits. However, if he went back on his word, the psyche power would turn into negative karma and hinder his cultivation. Hao Yin's move was to completely block Feng Zichen's thoughts of going back on his word. Fortunately, Feng Zichen did not have any thoughts of going back on his word. Otherwise, he would have suffered a small loss this time. Brother, since this method is feasible, let's not delay it. Let's do it quickly. After all, the longer we delay, the greater the loss of the untainted land. Not caring about Hao Yin's thoughts, Feng Zichen repeatedly urged him to do it quickly. Brother, don't worry. I'll go now. With a smile, Hao Yin broke through the void and rushed to where the 4 ferocious beasts were. As for Feng Zichen, his figure flashed and returned to the Emperor's star. According to his and Hao Yin's plan, Hao Yin was responsible for attracting the attention of the 4 ferocious beasts, and he would join forces with Gaochen Luai's to activate the galaxy cosmic light formation with all his strength to forcibly capture the 4 ferocious beasts to the boundless starry sky to suppress them. This plan had to be fast, because it was very likely that the demon ancestor Rahu would take advantage of the time when Hao Yin was fighting the 4 ferocious beasts to attack him. If they were slow, when Hao Yin was severely injured, it would not be a simple matter to pull the 4 ferocious beasts into the boundless starry sky. Evil beast die. As expected of the Taoist child who had followed Tao ancestor Hongjun for countless years. The moment he made his move, it was obvious that he was extraordinary. When Hao Yin attacked the 4 ferocious beasts, his figure suddenly split into 4, each facing one of the 4 ferocious beasts. This was the 3 corpses incarnation. Hundreds of millions of years of comprehension in the Purple Cloud Palace allowed Hao Yin to have an extremely deep understanding of the immortal path of Xianmin and the 3 corpses incarnation technique. The 3 corpses of good and evil. This was the best proof. Which ordinary Xianmin cultivator could kill the 3 corpses? Only those with extremely high cultivation could do it. Hao Yin's extraordinariness could be seen from this. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the battle broke out, it entered a white-hot stage. Because every time Hao Yin attacked, he used all his strength, forcing the 4 ferocious beasts to fight with all their strength to avoid being injured. Not dying did not mean that it would not hurt. Roar, roar, roar. For a time, the painful howls of the 4 ferocious beasts resounded everywhere in the wilderness. At the same time, Feng Zichen, who was far away on the Emperor's star, seeing that Hao Yin had forced the 4 ferocious beasts to fight with all their strength and gradually let down their guard against the outside world, he made his move. Boom! The Milky Way cosmic light array was activated in an instant. Endless starlight erupted and turned into 4 huge chains, whistling toward the 4 ferocious beasts. Whoosh! The chains broke through the air and directly wrapped around the necks of the 4 ferocious beasts when they were completely unprepared, forcefully pulling them toward the boundless starry sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Of course, the 4 ferocious beasts were unwilling to be captured just like that. They quickly struggled violently. However, how could Hao Yin let go of this opportunity? Just as the 4 ferocious beasts were desperately trying to break free from the chains, a series of powerful and supreme magical powers blasted out from Hao Yin's hands as if they were free, beating them until their skin and flesh were lacerated. Moreover, in a place where the 4 ferocious beasts could not see, the end of the chain formed by starlight was held in the hands of 4 terrifying figures standing on a huge star, pulling hard. The 4 stars were the Emperor's star, the North Star, the South Pole, and the Moon. That's right. In addition to Feng Zichen and his 2 incarnations, the other one who made a move was Feng Zichen's wife, Moon Goddess Wangshu, who had not appeared for a long time. Others could not ask this great god to make a move, but Feng Zichen could. With the 4 of them making a move, coupled with Hao Ian's assistance. No matter how the four ferocious beasts struggled, they were clearly arranged. They could only watch helplessly as they were slowly pulled up from the ground and flew toward the boundless starry sky under the pull of the starlight chain. Just as Hao Ian was fighting with the four ferocious beasts, in the dark, many gazes were staring at Hao Ian's figure, waiting for the demon ancestor Rahu's sneak attack. However, even when the four ferocious beasts were captured by the chains, the demon ancestor Rahu did not make a move. Gradually, everyone was disappointed, thinking that the demon ancestor Rahu would not make a move this time. It seems that the bait this time is not good. Next time, I have to change to a target that the demon ancestor Rahu hates more. Everyone was quietly waiting for the development of the matter as they silently considered. Even so, but other than Tao ancestor Hong Jun, in the primordial world, who was more worthy of the demon ancestor Rahu's hatred than Hao Ian, there was probably no one. On the Emperor's Star, although Feng Zichen was pulling the four ferocious beasts, part of his mind was still on Hao Ian, waiting for the demon ancestor Rahu to appear. The result was naturally disappointing. Why didn't the demon ancestor make a move? If he doesn't appear, there won't be a chance. Could it be that after an eon has passed, the demon ancestor's courage has gradually become smaller? The demon ancestor Rahu did not make a move, and Feng Zichen could not help but begin to let his imagination run wild. However, after his eyes swept across the primordial world, he suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. Chapter 586. At that time, all the experts in the primordial world were paying attention to Hao Ian, looking forward to the demon ancestor Rahu's attack. But what about the world tree? Now, who would protect the world tree? Compared to the sneak attack on Hao Ian, it was obvious that the sneak attack on the world tree would cause more damage to the primordial world. Once the world tree broke, it would definitely be a disaster. Even if it could not cause the primordial world to fall into a world of destruction, it could destroy the great situation that everyone had worked so hard to create. If the world tree broke, the primordial world would collapse. If it caused a world-destroying disaster, the world would fall into chaos again. In addition, the Khanate murderous aura had not disappeared. With all kinds of disasters added together, the demon sect might have a tendency to recover. Compared to that, killing a mere Hao Ian was nothing. How much damage could it cause to the primordial world? It could not even cause the primordial world to fall into chaos temporarily. It was far more direct than destroying the world tree. At the very least, once there was a problem with the world tree, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Then, why didn't they attack? Feng Zichen's heart raced as he figured out the key point. Now, the world tree was unprotected. Wasn't it a great opportunity for the demon ancestor Rahu to attack? What a mistake. How could he forget the world tree at the critical moment? Something was wrong. Someone must have done something. Otherwise, how could Feng Zichen ignore the world tree so easily, given how important it was? Moreover, the person who did this must have a very strong cultivation. If not, even if Feng Zichen ignored the world tree, the rest of the people and the saints would not collectively ignore the world tree, right? To be able to make Feng Zichen and the other saints ignore the world tree at the same time, this kind of power was definitely not something an ordinary primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian could do. He directly blurred the concept of the world tree and made people subconsciously ignore it. This kind of method, this kind of power, almost surpassed that of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. In the primordial world, apart from Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who was far away in the sky screen, only the demon ancestor Rahu could do this. Who was the person who attacked? It was obvious. Demon ancestor Rahu. He was going to cut off the world tree. The old man was an old man. He aimed at the lifeline of the primordial world the moment he attacked. If he really succeeded, then the situation could really be completely reversed. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was shocked. He could not care less about suppressing the four ferocious beasts. He quickly turned his head to look at the tree of world. However, as far as he could see, everything around the world tree was still the same. There was nothing wrong with it. However, Feng Zichen's heart did not relax because of this. Instead, it gradually sank, because the worry in his heart did not lessen. Instead, it became more intense. Sudden inspiration. It had been a long time since he had a sudden impulse. This meant that Feng Zichen's guess was correct. The goal of Rahu, the demon ancestor, was never Hao Yin, but the world tree, the first spiritual root of the primordial world. From the very beginning, fiend ancestor Rahu had planned on severing the world tree. However, he also understood that the tree of world was another root of the untainted land after Mount Buzhou. It had gathered the attention of too many experts in the untainted land. Once he revealed his intention to attack the tree of world, everyone would set up an inescapable net around the tree of world in an instant, waiting for him to fall into the net. At that time, even if fiend ancestor Rahu attacked the tree of world desperately, he would not be able to get close to the tree of world, let alone cause any harm to it, because halfway, he would be stopped by the experts of the untainted land who were risking their lives to stop him. The great mediums of the untainted land were very strange. Usually, they cherished their lives very much, who knew how many life-saving methods they had on them. However, for the sake of the illusory righteousness and the safety of the untainted land, they immediately became desperate, even if they died for it. They were not afraid or regretful at all. It was because of this that fiend ancestor Rahu did not directly attack the Tree of World. Instead, he secretly used his supreme magic to slowly fade the presence of the Tree of World in everyone's hearts. It was not until everyone forgot about the Tree of World and shifted their attention to something else that fiend ancestor Rahu revealed his fangs. This plan could be said to be perfect, because no one would have thought that fiend ancestor Rahu's strength could actually reach such an extent. And in fact, that was indeed the case. Looking at the current situation, fiend ancestor Rahu was almost completely successful. At the very least, all the great mediums of the untainted land had ignored the existence of the Tree of World. Unfortunately, fiend ancestor Rahu had met Feng Zichen, a person who could not be judged by common sense. In terms of cultivation, Feng Zichen was not ranked at all in the untainted land. As far as he knew, excluding the chaos fiend god, there were more than 5 people in the untainted land whose cultivation was higher than his. Of course, in the untainted land, cultivation was only cultivation. It could not determine a person's true strength. After all, there were too many external forces in the untainted land. With the support of all kinds of external forces, it could often allow a person to erupt with strength that far exceeded their own cultivation. And Feng Zichen was one of the best. Under normal circumstances, under the envelopment of fiend ancestor Rahu's magic, even saints would be affected. Feng Zichen was naturally no exception. In fact, that was indeed the case. Feng Zichen was indeed affected. In the beginning, he was the same as the saints, or even faster than them, completely ignoring the existence of the Tree of World. Until he accidentally saw the Tree of World when he scanned the untainted land. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. Although Feng Zichen's cultivation was not ranked in the untainted land, he had many treasures on him, whether it was the fragment of the jade disc of good fortune or the extremely mysterious primordial treasure Hong Meng Daozhong. They were all treasures beyond the imagination of the world. It was precisely because of these 2 treasures that Feng Zichen suddenly realized that something was wrong when he saw the Tree of World. The 2 treasures played a role at the first moment, eliminating the influence of fiend ancestor Rahu's magic on Feng Zichen, making him remember the importance of the Tree of World. Therefore, fiend ancestor Rahu was a little unlucky. He did not fall into the hands of a powerful saint, but instead fell into the hands of Feng Zichen, who was slightly weaker. Unfortunately, fiend ancestor Rahu did not know that Feng Zichen was the variable of the untainted land that Pangu had decided on. In the untainted land, anything that was destined would change as long as it met him. And the deeper the involvement, the greater the change after that. From then on, he would completely walk into the unknown. If fiend ancestor Rahu knew this, he would not have attacked the Tree of World. Instead, he would have turned to deal with Feng Zichen and taken advantage of his unpreparedness to completely solve this variable. It was a pity. Fiend Ancestor Rahu did not know anything. Of course, other than himself, only Pangu knew about Feng Zichen's identity. In fact, Pangu might even know more than Feng Zichen himself. After all, Feng Zichen had many secrets about himself that he did not know. It was really interesting. The saint treated Hao Yin as a fool and manipulated his life and death. And Fiend Ancestor Rahu? He treated everyone, including the sages, as fools and toyed with them wantonly. Truly, there was always a mountain taller than the one before. From this, it could be seen that when one's strength reached a certain level, they could really do whatever they wanted. After this, Feng Zichen's heart towards the Tao became even more determined. However, now was not the time to think about this. How to stop Fiend Ancestor Rahu from destroying the Tree of World was the key. Retrieve. Feng Zichen's heart stirred slightly. The Gaochen, who was pulling the four great beasts, suddenly put down the chain in his hand and threw it directly to Feng Zichen. Then, he broke through the void and headed directly below the heaven realm, where the ruins of Mount Buzhou were. And the Tree of World was rooted there, supporting the vast heaven realm. Although Fiend Ancestor Rahu was troublesome, the four great beasts were also troublesome. Feng Zichen needed to suppress the four great beasts and could not leave for the time being. So he sent the Gaochen incarnation to look after the Tree of World. As for why it was Gaochen and not Luai's, that was because among Feng Zichen's many incarnations, only the fall of Gaochen would not affect Feng Zichen's interests. Instead, it would be beneficial to him. After all, the Gaochen incarnation was supposed to hide in the dark to be used as a deterrent. However, for the prosperity of the human race and the safety of the primordial world, the Gaochen incarnation had no choice but to walk out of the dark and walk in the primordial world with his true appearance. Now, the great calamity of the primordial world was coming to an end. Gaochen could use Fiend Ancestor Rahu to fake his death and escape again. Besides, did he really think that it was that easy to deal with Fiend Ancestor Rahu? Even if Feng Zichen did not have the intention to fake his death, Gaochen had no hope of surviving against Fiend Ancestor Rahu. The difference in strength was too great. Not to mention Gaochen, even Feng Zichen's original body would most likely die if he went. Since that was the case, Feng Zichen thought that since he was going to die anyway, he might as well fake his death. In that case, if word got out in the future, it would be better to fake his death than to be beaten to death. This time, with the help of Fiend Ancestor Rahu, he could set things right and let the great Taoist priest die once again. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen felt that it was not safe for Gaochen to go alone. After a short hesitation, he sent Luai's incarnation out again. Although he wanted Gaochen to fake his death with Fiend Ancestor Rahu's hands, it did not mean that he wanted to see the Tree of World destroyed by Rahu. Faking his death was important, but compared to the safety of the Tree of World, the Tree of World was obviously more important. At this point, Feng Zichen was clear about which was more important. With Luai's departure, the current situation had evolved into Feng Zichen suppressing the three ferocious beasts alone. In the face of such a situation, even if he was powerful, he could not help but feel a little pressured. But that was all. Although the four ferocious beasts were powerful, they were only at the beginning of primordial chaos. Feng Zichen alone could beat them up. Moreover, he also had the help of Hao Yin and Wang Shu. Whoosh, 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 the void quietly split open, forming a huge spatial passage. In this passage, four chains surrounded by starlight were binding the four struggling ferocious beasts and pulling them toward the boundless starry sky. With the efforts of Feng Zichen and the others, the four ferocious beasts were getting closer and closer to the boundless starry sky. But halfway through, a sudden change occurred. 9 terrifying demonic shadows suddenly walked out of the void, broke through the void passage, cut off the chains that bound the four ferocious beasts, and rescued them. Chaos demon gods. These 9 people were all chaos demon gods. 6 of them were the 6 people who had been severely injured by Feng Zichen and Hao Yin earlier. And looking at their auras. It was obvious that they had obtained some opportunity. They had already recovered from their injuries. One had to know that back then, in order to eliminate the demons, Feng Zichen and Hao Ian had used the power of the Celestial Emperor to severely injure them. Logically speaking, with their injuries, they would not be able to recover without millions of years of recuperation. But now, not only had the 6 of them recovered from their injuries, but their strength had also increased a little. It was obvious that he had obtained some incredible fortune. If not for that, their injuries would not have healed so quickly. Perhaps it was the demon ancestor Rahu who had done it. The other 3 chaos demon gods were 3 new faces. They were probably new chaos demon gods who had successfully taken over the body. However, looking at the 9 chaos demon gods, Feng Zichen had a vague feeling that it would not be long before the great masters who were fighting with the chaos demon gods for control of their bodies would break out of seclusion. These were the true combat power of the primordial world. Once the great masters of the primordial world broke out of seclusion one after another, the demonic calamity that had almost brought a disaster to the primordial world would almost be over. No matter how powerful the demon ancestor Rahu was, he would not be able to do anything under the joint forces of so many great masters. However, that was all in the future. Now, Feng Zichen was most worried about the Tree of World. The Chaos Demon God had already made his move. Would it be far before the demon ancestor Rahu made his move? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was extremely worried. He did not care about the Chaos Demon God in front of him and the 4 great ferocious beasts that had escaped. He quickly switched to the vision of the North Star incarnation to observe the situation around the Tree of World. However, the result was still the same as before. There was nothing unusual. Obviously, the demon ancestor Rahu was still waiting for the opportunity. Seeing that the demon ancestor Rahu did not make a move, Feng Zichen looked much calmer. He mobilized the power of the galaxy cosmic light formation and continued to attack the 4 great ferocious beasts. The Chaos Demon God had come here to save the 4 great ferocious beasts. How could he allow them to continue being suppressed by Feng Zichen? Therefore, after seeing Feng Zichen make a move, they did not hesitate to join forces and attack. Boom, boom, boom. The starlight was dazzling. It fell from the galaxy like a meteor, blooming with the most beautiful light. Before the Chaos Demon Celestial could go far, he was blasted back by the endless meteors. After the meteor shower disappeared, they could no longer get close to Feng Zichen. This was because the incarnations of the saints hidden in the dark had all made their moves. The 12 top primordial chaos experts attacked the 9 chaos demon gods with their strongest killing moves. The chaos demon god was not afraid at all. He went up to them with his strongest stance. However, from the very beginning, this battle was destined to be unfair. Chapter 587. On the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and activated the galaxy cosmic light array with all his might. He formed the wheel of time and space and blasted it toward the 9 chaos demon gods. Being attacked from both sides was the current situation that the 9 chaos demon gods were facing. In front of them were the Saints' clones and Hao Ian's joint attack, and behind them, Feng Zichen was controlling the Zhouxing to interfere with their actions. In such a situation, even if the 9 chaos demon gods were powerful, they were gradually at a disadvantage. On the other side, Wang Shu was not idle. He took the opportunity when the chaos demon gods were fighting with everyone and continued to activate the origin power of the lunar star to wrap around the 4 ferocious beasts. In response, the 4 ferocious beasts naturally struggled with all their might. However, Wang Shu was not the only one on the lunar star. There was also the lunar laurel tree. Although the combined strength of these 2 people could not completely suppress the 4 ferocious beasts, they could still wrap them up and slowly approach the boundless starry sky. Friends, be careful of the world tree. At this moment, taking advantage of the outbreak of the chaotic battle, Feng Zichen finally had a chance to hide from the eyes and ears of the demon ancestor Rahu. He transmitted his voice to everyone and told them about the world tree. This matter could not be publicized at all. Otherwise, when the demon ancestor Rahu saw that the situation was not right, he would definitely be alert and give up this plan. That would not do. Everyone was waiting for the demon ancestor Rahu to make a move. They could not let him give up so easily. The demon ancestor used his supreme magic to deceive people and make them ignore the existence of the world tree. After Feng Zichen saw through the demon ancestor Ra's plan, of course, he could use this plan as bait to plot against the demon ancestor Rahu. When everyone's eyes were focused on the world tree, it would be fine if the demon ancestor Rahu did not make a move, but once he made a move, what was waiting for him would be the siege of everyone. What? The world tree. With Feng Zichen's reminder, ancestral fiend Rahu's divine ability gradually lost its effect. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they suddenly broke through the fog that covered their hearts. They understood some of the inconsistencies that they had overlooked. They had been schemed against by the demon ancestor Rahu. For a time, everyone's expressions were extremely unsightly. To think that they usually boasted that they were invincible in the primordial world. In the end, they did not know that they had been schemed against. They had really embarrassed themselves. Demon ancestor Rahu, what a good move. Although everyone was ashamed and angry, they didn't show it on their faces. They didn't stop attacking the chaos demon god. But in the dark, they quietly shifted their attention to the tree of world, carefully sensing the movements around it. Once they found something out of place, they would definitely destroy it with lightning speed. Rumble. In the sky, the battle became even more intense. The heavenly emperor, the saints, the star lord, the moon god, the chaos fiend god, the four ferocious beasts, and all the experts charged at their opponents without holding back, trying to finish them off as quickly as possible. Is this the world tree? Supporting the myriad of worlds and communicating with the endless dimensions, as expected of a rare chaos spiritual root. If you're given enough time to grow, it's not impossible for you to become an existence like the chaos supreme treasure, the chaos green lotus. Or you can become a great chaos fiend god and amaze the entire chaos. Along with the whispers, a transcendent figure filled with supreme Taoist rhymes quietly appeared beside the tree of world, carefully sizing it up. Demon ancestor Rahu. The person who came was the former number one in the eldritch world, demon ancestor Rahu. Seeing the person who came, the Gauchin and Luai's pupils shrank. An indescribable sense of oppression suddenly attacked their hearts, causing their bodies to tense up unconsciously. Danger. Extreme danger. Although demon ancestor Rahu looked no different from an ordinary person, the Gauchin and Luai's still felt great danger from him. This was the realm of returning to one's original state. Those with low cultivation might not feel anything, but the higher one's cultivation was, the more they could feel how terrifying it was. Luai's and the Gauchin stared at demon ancestor Rahu, but they didn't dare to move. They were waiting for an opportunity to attack. Facing demon ancestor Rahu, the two of them truly understood how terrifying the ancestor of the demonic path was. With their strength, in front of demon ancestor Rahu, they only had one chance to attack. After that attack, regardless of whether it worked or not, the two of them would be killed by demon ancestor Rahu. Although he had tried his best to overestimate demon ancestor Rahu's strength, Feng Zichen suddenly realized that he had underestimated demon ancestor Rahu's strength when he saw him in person. The feeling demon ancestor Rahu gave him was something he had felt from the celestial emperor's incarnation. That was the power he felt when he joined forces with Hao Ian and saw the true celestial emperor's incarnation. That realm was the 12th heaven of primordial chaos. The realm of primordial chaos. Demon ancestor Rahu had reached the end of the primordial chaos Tao realm and was about to reach a higher realm, the limitless Tao realm. That's right. The realm after primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian was called the limitless Daluo Jinxian. Limitless, limitless, limitless. It was invisible, silent, colorless, without beginning or end, without name, so it was called limitless. After knowing demon ancestor Rahu's true strength, Feng Zichen could not help but worry. Could they really stop demon ancestor Rahu if they joined forces? Moreover, demon ancestor Rahu's probing was probably not because he was worried about them, but because he was looking for the backup plan left behind by Tao ancestor Hongjun. Now, since demon ancestor Rahu had already appeared, it meant that the primordial world no longer had any means to threaten him. The backup plan left behind by Tao ancestor Hongjun had all been taken care of by him. Since Gaochen and Lu Eyes could see demon ancestor Rahu naturally saw them too. However, demon ancestor Rahu did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he looked at the world tree with an extremely conflicted expression. It seemed that he could not bear to attack it. I really can't bear to destroy you. After sizing up the world tree for a long time, demon ancestor Rahu said reluctantly. He, who had the inheritance of the chaos fiend god, knew better than anyone what the chaos spirit root represented. It was the embryo of the chaos fiend god, the embryonic form of the chaos treasure. With the vastness of the chaos, there were naturally many chaos spirit roots. Among them, the most famous was the chaos treasure, Chaos Green Lotus. That's right, the Chaos Green Lotus was also a chaos spirit root. However, unlike the world tree, which was still in the growth stage, the Chaos Green Lotus had already entered the mature stage. Therefore, the Chaos Green Lotus was the chaos treasure. The world tree was at most a connate treasure. To become an existence like the Chaos Green Lotus, it still needed endless years of growth. Other than the Chaos Green Lotus, the other chaos spirit roots were able to take form for various reasons. They could walk in the vast chaos in the name of the chaos fiend god. For example, the predecessors of Zhuan Ti, the wisdom fiend god and the clear heart fiend god. These two great existences were born from the chaos spirit roots. The chaos spirit roots had such a great background. From this, one could see the potential of the world tree. Therefore, demon ancestor Rahu did not want to destroy it. If he could take it for himself, whether it was used to breed the chaos fiend god or to cultivate it into a chaos treasure, it would be excellent. Unfortunately, because the world tree supported the sky, he couldn't allow others to take it for themselves. Therefore, demon ancestor Rahu decided to destroy the world tree and trigger the calamity of heaven to fight for another opportunity for the demon sect. What a pity! Looking at the world tree again, demon ancestor Rahu shook his head regretfully and was about to cut down the world tree. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Gaochen and Lu Eyes. Obviously, he did not take them seriously. Whoosh! A blood-red light bloomed from demon ancestor Rahu's hand and gradually formed a blood-red longsword in front of him. Boundless killing intent spread out, sending chills down one's spine. Slash! With a light flick, the blood-red longsword moved in response and shot toward the world tree. It was also at this moment that Gaochen and Lu Eyes attacked together. Whoosh! Two huge scrolls, the myriad sword illustration and the myriad god illustration, appeared from their bodies. They tore through the air and collided with the blood-red longsword. Bang! The blood-red longsword was destroyed, but the myriad sword illustration and the myriad god illustration did not fare well either. The spiritual light on them dimmed, the swords were broken, and the myriad god illustration died. They had clearly suffered heavy injuries and could not be used again in a short period of time. So powerful. Lu Eyes and Gaochen were shocked when they saw the damage on their treasures after retrieving them. Demon ancestor Rahu's casual attack had forced them to fight with their full strength. The difference between them was obvious. Not bad. Not bad. You can actually block my attack. No wonder my demon gate did not dare to appear in the world. I don't know if you can take the next attack. Demon ancestor Rahu turned to look at the two and wave his hand again. For long swords suddenly appeared in the void and pointed at the four of them. The four swords were so familiar. Lu Eyes and Gaochen, who were of the same mind as Xian Qing, immediately recognized the origin of the four swords. They were the Khanate cardinal treasures, the four immortal slaying swords. However, it was not the actual body, but a wisp of sword intent. It was an extremely pure sword intent that was sharper than the four immortal slaying swords. There was nothing wrong with it. The four immortal slaying swords did not have such powerful power in the beginning. It was demon ancestor Rahu who collected the resentment of all living beings on Mount Meru and refined it again that created his peerless reputation. The concept behind demon ancestor Rahu's creation of the four immortal slaying swords was based on his understanding of the path of slaughter. What was in front of Gauchen and Luai's was the sword intent used to create the four immortal slaying swords. After countless years of refining by demon ancestor Rahu, its power had increased by more than several times. The purity of the sword intent was even higher than the sword intent of the four immortal slaying swords. Go! With a gentle wave of his hand, demon ancestor Rahu's four immortal slaying swords were about to end the two of them. However, he did not get what he wanted. It was not that Gauchen and Luai's blocked it, but that the people who had been paying attention to this place had made their move. They first forced away the chaos demon gods who were fighting with them. Then they took out their treasures and attacked demon ancestor Rahu. Rumble. In an instant, all kinds of brilliance bloomed between heaven and earth, drowning demon ancestor Rahu. It was Tao light. It was an invincible divine ability. Each divine ability was enough to severely injure primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, and there were 16 of them. Even a saint would be severely injured if he faced such an attack head-on. Unfortunately, it was useless against demon ancestor Rahu. When the light faded, the aftermath of the divine ability dissipated, and the world returned to normal. Demon ancestor Rahu's figure finally appeared. However, other than looking a little wretched on the outside, but he didn't suffer much internal damage. This all-out attack from everyone did not severely injure demon ancestor Rahu. Instead, it aroused his ferocious nature. So all of you are here. Then die together, so that I don't have to look for you one by one. Demon ancestor Rahu turned his head to look at everyone and smiled coldly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of immortal slaying sword intents were condensed and whizzed toward everyone. At the same time, the chaos demon gods who were forced away by everyone also seized the opportunity to use their strongest divine ability to attack everyone. You're courting death. On the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen saw this scene, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His mind merged with Panga's divine being, and he took out the Khanate cardinal treasure Zhoxing painting and swept it toward the 9 chaos demon gods. Bang, 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 bang. In the boundless starry sky, Panga's divine being could exert power comparable to a 9th level chaotic prime. Coupled with the Khanate cardinal treasure Zhoxing painting, the power that erupted was terrifying. With just one blow, the 9 chaos demon gods were all swept away, greatly relieving the pressure on everyone. But even so, the immortal slaying sword intent from demon ancestor Rahu still brought them a lot of trouble. But it was not a big deal. Among the saint incarnations present, apart from Juni's incarnation, the rest were all rich and did not lack Khanate spiritual treasures at all. They were even armed to the teeth. Although demon ancestor Rahu's attack was strong, with these Khanate spiritual treasures, everyone was able to handle it with ease. Fellow Taoists, I'll leave the 9 chaos demon gods and the 4 ferocious beasts to you. Fellow Taoist Haoyin, and I need to go to the Tree of World to support our fellow Taoists of the South Pole and North Star and fight against the demon ancestor together. In the starry sky, Feng Zichen's figure appeared. He first bowed to everyone, then called out Haoyin and rushed to the Tree of World together. In the current untainted land, only the Celestial Emperor's incarnation could deal with demon ancestor Rahu. Even God Pangu could not do it. The gap between 9th level chaotic prime and 12th level chaotic prime was still too big. That was why Feng Zichen called Haoyin. He planned to gather the power of the 4 to jointly summon the Celestial Emperor's incarnation to fight against demon ancestor Rahu. Haoyin naturally understood this, so he did not hesitate to follow Feng Zichen after Feng Zichen joined him. Everyone was a little confused. They did not know where they got the confidence to deal with demon ancestor Rahu. It was not their fault. Far away in the sky screen, they were inevitably a little uninformed. They had not seen the scene of Feng Zichen and the others jointly summoning the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be surprised. The 5 emperors had a joint attack. The 6 saints naturally had one too. The former summoned the Celestial Emperor, while the latter summoned the Heavenly Tao. After Feng Zichen and Hao Qian left, without the suppression of the boundless starry sky, the pressure on the Chaos Demon God was reduced. He became stronger and continued to fight with the Saint incarnations. However, compared to the Chaos Demon God, the Saint incarnations had an obvious advantage, and that was that they were not afraid of death. Chapter 588. As incarnations, how could they be afraid of death? As long as their original bodies were unharmed, these incarnations could be reformed even if they were smashed into nothingness. Therefore, when these incarnations fought with the demon celestial of chaos, they did not care about their own safety at all. They did not hesitate to use the method of exchanging lives to severely injure the demon celestial of chaos and even keep them here. Although the strength of the two sides was equal, one side had scruples while the other side did not care about life and death. Wasn't it obvious who had the upper hand? Under the fierce attack of the incarnations of the saints, the demon celestial of chaos gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. He was even more miserable in his heart, but in order to stop them, he had to hold on bitterly. The demon celestial of chaos was suffering, and so were the 4 ferocious beasts. It was not that Wang Shu and the lunar laurel tree were too ferocious, but that in order to face such a complicated situation, Feng Zichen had to reveal a trump card in advance. On the Sun Star, the Fusang tree, which had been hidden for a long time, walked out of the dark and activated the power of the Sun Star to suppress the 4 ferocious beasts. In the early years, the Fusang tree came out in order to transform. At the price of surrendering, Feng Zichen agreed to condense an embryo of the god of the sun for it to transform into a human form. It had been a long time since Feng Zichen made the deal with the Fusang tree. The Fusang tree had already fulfilled its wish and was able to transform into a connate Taoist figure. However, in order to keep a trump card for himself so that it would be convenient for him to trick others in the future, Feng Zichen used the cosmic light formation of the Milky Way to isolate the anomaly when the Fusang tree was born. He also told the Fusang tree to hide its identity and try not to expose its existence. Therefore, except for Feng Zichen and the Fusang tree, no one in the untainted land knew about its existence. This was a chess piece that Feng Zichen had set up long ago to prevent anyone from having designs on the Sun Star. But now, the situation in the untainted land suddenly deteriorated. Feng Zichen was concerned about the safety of all living beings in the world, so he had no choice but to reveal his hidden trump card, the connate Fusang tree. After all, at this time, every extra combat power that was sent out would give him an extra advantage. Although the innate Fusang tree strength had only reached the half-step primordial chaos realm and was still some distance away from the true primordial chaos Tao realm, things weren't that simple. Although the innate Fusang tree wasn't strong, the Sun Star was. As a connate god-fiend nurtured by the Sun Star's origin, and as one of the top 10 spirit roots of the primeval universe, it had been suppressing the Sun Star for many years. Therefore, its mark had long been closely connected with the Sun Star. Therefore, the innate Fusang tree had the ability to control the origin of the sun. With the support of the Sun Star origin, it was enough to allow the innate Fusang tree to unleash a power comparable to that of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Of course, this was not the reason why Feng Zichen asked the innate Fusang tree to take action. As the saying goes, the great Yin, the mature weak, the mature strong, Yin and Yang coexist, and the world reigns supreme. The extreme Yin and extreme Yang were the most fundamental forces in the world. Once they merged, they would unleash an extremely terrifying power. In the untainted land, the lunar star and the solar star were the ones who had described the power of yin and yang to the extreme. Coincidentally, there was a supreme grade connate spiritual root growing on each of the two supreme stars, the innate lunar osmanthus tree and the innate fusang tree. Back then, Dijun and Shihi joined forces and evolved the scene of the sun and moon appearing at the same time. The power of the great yang and the power of the great yin surged out, and their power could be said to be shocking. Even saints had to avoid them. But now, Feng Zichen sent out the innate fusang tree to let it join forces with the innate lunar osmanthus tree to develop the power of the sun and moon wheel and recreate this great power. These two innate divine trees had been rooted here since the birth of the sun star and the moon star. It could be said that they had grown up together and had a deep connection. It was easy for them to mobilize the power of the origin of the two supreme stars. When the two of them joined forces, the power they unleashed might not be weaker than that of Dijun and Shihi. If not for that, Dijun and Shihi wouldn't be afraid of the innate fusang tree and the innate lunar osmanthus tree and be unwilling to help them transform. As soon as the innate fusang tree took action, the innate lunar osmanthus tree on the sun star immediately sensed it. This was also a very normal thing. The fusang tree and the lunar osmanthus tree, one represented the path of the sun and the other represented the path of the moon. They were the two extremes of yin and yang, and they were both the 10 great spiritual roots of the primordial world. They must have sensed each other. Moreover, the thought of a quasi-saint was boundless. Although the distance between the sun star and the moon star was far, it was not greater than the range of the quasi-saint's thought. Since the creation of the world, the two innate divine trees had been able to sense each other. The two of them must have communicated and formed a deep friendship. It might be possible if the two of them had not communicated when their cultivation levels were low. However, it would be ridiculous if they had not communicated with each other after their cultivation levels had increased. Therefore, the innate fusang tree and the innate lunar osmanthus tree, they could be said to be old friends. There was a tacit understanding between them. Therefore, the moment the innate fusang tree activated the sun star, the innate lunar osmanthus tree also made a move. He took over the control of the moon star from Wang Shu's hands and activated the moon star with all his might, resonating with the sun star from afar. Rumble. At some point, the sun star and the moon star achieved some kind of resonance and stimulated a great power. In an instant, the entire primordial world was covered by the radiance of the sun star and the moon star. The sun and the moon shone together. At this moment, all living beings in the primordial world saw a rare scene that was hard to come by in hundreds of millions of years. All the stars were covered by the radiance of the sun star and the moon star, and it was difficult to see their traces. It was as if the sun star and the moon star were the only two stars left in the boundless starry sky. Rumble. The scorching and domineering power of the sun star flowed out from the sun star and covered half of the starry sky. The bone-chilling power of the moon star flowed out from the moon star and covered half of the starry sky. Bang! The two most extreme powers of the world, the moon star and the sun star, met in the void. They seemed to fuse and converge, the two extreme powers entangled with each other in the starry sky. Sizzle! Yin and yang combined, and creation was born. Yin and yang circulated, and thunder surged. Terrifying thunderbolts were born at the place where the power of the sun and the power of the moon star converged. They carried the mighty power of destroying creation and struck fiercely at the 4 ferocious beasts. The thunderbolts struck down, and it was as if the sea of thunder was tilting. Billions of thunderbolts struck down. Rumble. It was as if the world was beating a drum. It was as if the great Tao was vibrating. The area where the 4 ferocious beasts were turned into a sea of thunder in the blink of an eye. The 4 ferocious beasts that were struggling with all their might were bathed in the sea of thunder. In an instant, their bodies were charred black, and they gradually gave up struggling. They were electrocuted until they had no strength left. Whoosh, the power of yin and yang was changing. It gradually changed from the endless rotation to slowly fusing. Thus, the sea of thunder disappeared, and the boundless creation chi was born. It turned into four huge chains that firmly trapped the four ferocious beasts and pulled them into the boundless starry sky. This time, the four ferocious beasts were seriously injured by the sea of thunder and had no strength to resist. Therefore, they were soon pulled into the boundless starry sky. Before entering the boundless starry sky, they were powerless to resist, let alone after entering. They had completely lost their freedom. In the boundless starry sky, little Mount Bujo, which stood in the center of the stars, trembled slightly. A terrifying aura that suppressed the past, present, and future was released from its body, firmly suppressing the four ferocious beasts. As the largest fragment of Mount Bujo, with the power of Zhoxing and the nourishment of Pangu, little Mount Bujo could be said to have perfectly inherited everything from Mount Bujo except for its lack of power. Therefore, the suppression of little Mount Bujo not only restricted their freedom, but also suppressed their space-time, will, and everything else. In other words, from now on, everything about the four ferocious beasts stopped at the moment before they were suppressed. There was no change. Time stopped flowing on their bodies, and it will also stagnated. Struggle? It did not exist. In the boundless starry sky, the four ferocious beasts had lost everything. Actually, that was not right. After the four ferocious beasts were suppressed by the boundless starry sky, it was not that they had no way to save themselves. At the very least, the evil thoughts that originated from the hearts of all living beings. They were still gathering on the four ferocious beasts to increase their strength. If such a situation was not stopped and allowed to continue developing, it would be a mistake. Then, one day in the future, the strength of the four ferocious beasts would increase to an unimaginable level and break through the suppression of the boundless starry sky. Unfortunately, such a situation would never happen, because after suppressing the four ferocious beasts, the galactic cosmic ray formation and the Panga God began to operate. Among them, the ones with the greatest movements were the four mansions of the Big Dipper system. Roar, as the stars rotated, Old Man, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, the phantoms of the four sacred beasts slowly appeared. Each of them chose a ferocious beast and suppressed it. After that, endless starlight gathered. It turned into four huge cauldrons. They slowly devoured the four ferocious beasts. At the same time, the god Pangu took the chaos chi from the chaos outside the realm and used it as a material to ignite a raging fire. He burned it towards the four great cauldrons and began to refine the four great ferocious beasts. This fire, extraordinary fire, it was not an immortal fire either. It was not an innate fire either. It was the fire of chaos, a powerful flame that came from the vast chaos. This flame, it was extremely powerful and difficult to find in the primordial world. Back then, Feng Zichen tried to deduce this fire, but he failed. In fact, not to mention him, even someone as powerful as the ancestral witch Zhurong, who was known as the ruler of fire, could not use the fire of chaos. From this, it could be seen that it was difficult to refine the fire of chaos. But this was only for others. In the hands of the god Pangu, even the fire of chaos could be controlled by his heart. It could change as he wished without any difficulty. After all, to a certain extent, the god Pangu was equivalent to the projection of Pangu. He basically possessed all his abilities. A mere flame of primal chaos was nothing. It was the other treasures. For example, innate spirit treasures, chaos divine water, and so on. As long as Feng Zichen was willing to pay the price, he could use the god Pangu to condense them. Everything in the primordial world was transformed by Pangu. As his projection, the god Pangu could transform matter at a certain price. Naturally, he could nurture some extremely precious treasures. It was just that the price was a little high. Boom, boom, boom. The fire of chaos burned fiercely, causing the refining power in the cauldron to greatly increase. Soon, a large amount of origin energy was refined from the bodies of the four great ferocious beasts. Then, it was refined by the god Pangu and turned into the purest origin energy. It fused into the Zhoshing and repaired its damaged origin. The four great ferocious beasts, whose wills had fallen into a stagnant state, could not even sense anything, let alone struggle or resist. They could only be refined by the boundless starry sky. Pop! Under the refining of the boundless starry sky, the power of the four great ferocious beasts decreased rapidly. It did not take long for them to fall from the level of origin to that of the great perfection of sage to be. At this moment, the threat of the four great ferocious beasts was greatly reduced. The fire of chaos began to shrink gradually, and the refining power was greatly reduced. When the refining speed of the boundless starry sky and the power of the four great ferocious beasts were gradually equal, the fire of chaos finally stopped shrinking and the refining power stabilized. At this point, every time the power of the four great ferocious beasts increased, the boundless starry sky would refine them a little. Thus, the power of the four great ferocious beasts was maintained at the level of the great perfection of sage to be. This level was just right. It was neither too weak nor too strong, and would not threaten the stability of the boundless starry sky. When the four great ferocious beasts were completely suppressed by the boundless starry sky, the innate Fusang tree and the innate lunar Kasha tree were free to drive the sun star, and the sun star to attack the demon celestial of chaos. With this help, the pressure on the incarnations of the sages was greatly reduced. In the battle in the boundless starry sky, the primordial world had gained a huge advantage and completely suppressed the demon celestial of chaos. However, the key to determining the outcome of this battle was not here, but at the Tree of World. There, the battle between Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the demon ancestor Rahu was the key to determining the future of the primordial world. Why did the demon ancestor Rahu need humans? The number one expert of the primordial world suppressed Tao ancestor Hongjun in every way, forcing him to invite many experts to join forces to besiege the demon ancestor Rahu. Only then did he win a Pyrrhic victory. Such an expert naturally had his pride. Therefore, when he saw Feng Zichen and Hao Tian rushing over, although the demon ancestor Rahu guessed their thoughts, he did not stop them. Of course, it was not only because of his pride, but also because he felt the pressure. The current demon ancestor Rahu needed the pressure too much. When one's strength reached his level, it was almost the peak. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to take another step forward. Therefore, the demon ancestor Rahu needed enough pressure to force him to take another step forward. In the past, with Tao ancestor Hongjun, the demon ancestor Rahu could feel enough pressure to compete with him. That was why the two of them could stand out among the Khanate god fiends. Unfortunately, after the Taoist fiend war, although both of them had taken a step forward in advance to the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, it was difficult for them to fight again. It was because Tao ancestor Hongjun had integrated the Tao. Chapter 589. After Tao unification. Although Hongjun was not the heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao was Hongjun. How great was the power of the heavenly Tao? How could demon ancestor Rahu contend with it? Therefore, after this, demon ancestor Rahu was no longer a match for Tao ancestor Hongjun. At this time, if demon ancestor Rahu still wanted to fight with Tao ancestor Hongjun, he would not be feeling the pressure, but courting death. After losing his competitors, demon ancestor Rahu no longer had any pressure. His cultivation speed began to gradually slow down until he cultivated to the extreme of primordial chaos, the 12th level, and could no longer advance. Therefore, in order to seek a breakthrough, demon ancestor Rahu desperately needed pressure. This was the reason why he launched the calamity of the demon sect. He wanted to use the crisis of the primordial world's destruction to force the great experts hidden in the primordial world to join forces to deal with him, so as to give him enough pressure to break through. In fact, demon ancestor Rahu did get what he wanted. He finally felt the long-lost pressure from the celestial emperor's incarnation. Therefore, when Feng Zichen and Hao Ian rushed over, demon ancestor Rahu did not stop them. Instead, he allowed them to join forces and summoned the celestial emperor's incarnation. To be honest, in the heart of demon ancestor Rahu, whether it was the plan of the chaos fiend god or the future of the demon sect, nothing was more important than his cultivation breakthrough. After all, in the primordial world, everything could be illusory. Strength was the only thing that mattered. That was what truly belonged to him. As long as he could step into the legendary limitless Tao realm, would the demon sect still have to worry about not prospering? Well, no. Everything in the primordial world revolved around strength. As long as one was strong enough, it could be said that the world revolved around one, and one was almost omnipotent. Under the world tree, the four of them joined forces to release the power of the heavenly gods from the origin of the world. They summoned a supreme, celestial emperor's incarnation. A peerless incarnation with strength comparable to the 12th level of primordial chaos. After summoning the celestial emperor's incarnation, the four of them felt a little unsafe. Then, they used supreme creation methods to change their state of existence, transforming themselves into the purest origin power, and poured it into the celestial emperor's incarnation. Boom! For a moment, the aura of the celestial emperor's incarnation rose again, reaching the pinnacle of primordial chaos and flawless perfection, faintly, to compete with demon ancestor Rahu. Unfortunately, the Earth Empress is not here. Otherwise, if the five of us joined forces, we would be able to use the true power of a heavenly emperor. When that happens, even if fiend ancestor Rahu were to break into the infinite Tao realm, he would be able to suppress him with a flip of his hand. Feng Zichen muttered to himself inside the Sky Emperor's incarnation. Among the four Imperials, the absence of the Earth Empress did not seem to be a big problem. But in fact, the impact was beyond imagination. A flawless celestial emperor could perfectly control the power of the entire primitive world. With the foundation of the primordial world, the celestial emperor, who could control all of his power, could reach a level far beyond the infinite Tao realm. With such strength, it would be extremely easy for him to defeat Rahu, who was still in the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. However, it was somewhat unfortunate. The turmoil in the underworld was no less than the turmoil in the great desolate Aeon. The Earth Empress still needed to unite with the great practitioners of the Nether Realm to protect the Nether Realm and ensure the stability of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, he could not find the time to leave the Netherworld and head to the great desolate world to provide reinforcements. The mighty power of heaven and earth can be said to be endless. It's truly admirable. Just 4 juniors who haven't even reached the primordial chaos realm can actually reach such a powerful level with the support of the mighty power of heaven and earth. It makes me feel quite a bit of pressure. Not bad at all. Perhaps the opportunity to make a breakthrough in essence lies with you. After Feng Zichen and Hao Tian were ready, Fiend Ancestor Rahu said in shock. He could not help but be shocked. He could kill 4 cultivators who had not reached the primordial chaos realm with a flick of his finger. However, these 4 little cultivators, who he did not take seriously, could erupt with power that was not inferior to his under the support of the mighty power of heaven and earth. This was somewhat awe-inspiring. Heaven and earth was still the same heaven and earth. Even though it was damaged, it was still powerful beyond imagination. In the blink of an eye, it created an almost invincible expert. In the primordial world, the higher one's realm was, the more one could feel the terror of heaven and earth. It was extremely vast, as if there was no boundary. Too powerful. No matter what, the creation of the primordial world was built on the corpses of Pangu and the 3,000 chaos demon gods. The origin would not be weak no matter what. I hope you won't disappoint me. With a soft whisper, fiend ancestor Rahu arrived. An extremely illusory sword intent appeared in his hand and attacked the celestial emperor's incarnation. Whoosh, boundless killing intent filled the air. It was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze time and space and destroy everything. Suppress. Knowing that they might not be a match for fiend ancestor Rahu, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian did not dare to hold back. They attacked with killing moves. Just as the long sword filled with killing intent was about to slash the celestial emperor's incarnation, time and space began to distort. A 33-story creation pagoda descended from the sky and smashed onto the long sword, suppressing it. Khanate Cardinal Treasure. Milo Ocean Primordial Pagoda. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The pagoda shook slightly, and the creation chi surged out. It evolved into all kinds of mysterious Tao patterns and shattered the long sword. After that, the creation chi did not stop. It covered the sky and the earth and crushed toward fiend ancestor Rahu. It was also at this time that the celestial emperor's incarnation took the initiative to attack. He revealed a huge four-headed, eight-armed Dharma idol. As the 8 arms waved, he used all kinds of mysterious supreme divine powers to attack fiend ancestor Rahu. To be precise, the four-headed, 8-armed Dharma idol was not a divine ability, but Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, Luais, and Gaochen. After the 4 of them merged with the celestial emperor's incarnation, in order to better unleash their combat strength, they worked together to evolve the four-headed, 8-armed Dharma idol. Each of them occupied 1 head and 2 arms. Gaochen and Luais were Feng Zichen's incarnations. Naturally, they could communicate with him. However, Feng Zichen and Hao Tian were indeed 2 people. Moreover, they were 2 people who were suspicious of each other. Under such circumstances, even if the 2 of them occupied 1 body, how could they communicate with each other? In a battle between experts, a moment of distraction was enough to determine life and death. Therefore, in order to deal with fiend ancestor Rahu, and also to save their lives, and to better unleash the power of the celestial emperor's incarnation, the 4 of them each took 1 side and worked together to evolve the 4-headed, 8-armed Dharma idol to fight fiend ancestor Rahu. With a thought from Feng Zichen, the Zhoxing painting tore through the air and turned into stars that filled the sky. It evolved into a vast precept domain that enveloped fiend ancestor Rahu and weakened his power as much as possible. Hao Tian, Luais, and Gaochen also took out their Dharma treasures and used their strongest techniques to attack fiend ancestor Rahu, hoping to kill him in 1 blow. As the celestial emperor's incarnation waved its 8 arms, Khanate spiritual treasures bloomed with brilliant light. Supreme divine powers emitted shocking Taoist rhymes. All kinds of techniques were unleashed at once. In the blink of an eye, fiend ancestor Rahu was drowned. As for fiend ancestor Rahu, in the face of such a terrifying attack, not only did he not show any fear, he became even more excited. Good timing. Only such an attack can bring enough pressure to me. Obliterating millstone, kill for me. Amidst his laughter, fiend ancestor Rahu suddenly took out a huge millstone. In an instant, scenes of heaven and earth sinking and the destruction of the universe appeared. At the same time, endless destructive aura emanated from the huge millstone as if it was going to destroy everything. Rumble. Under fiend ancestor Rahu's control, the obliterating millstone started to rotate. An unparalleled force suddenly descended, distorting space-time and forming a huge vortex around it. It swallowed the celestial emperor's incarnation's attack. Sizzle. As the millstone rotated, destructive aura overflowed. Space-time collapsed, and all Daos disintegrated. Under such power, the attack that fell into the millstone was completely crushed in an instant. The annihilating demon gods, Khanate spiritual treasure, obliterating millstone. In the celestial emperor's incarnation, Feng Zichen could not help but narrow his eyes when he saw the millstone. He was extremely shocked. This was because he recognized the origin of this treasure. This treasure was called the obliterating millstone. It was the top chaos spiritual treasure, second only to chaos ultimate treasures. It was named the obliterating world. One could imagine how powerful this treasure was. Moreover, although chaos spiritual treasures were on the same level as Khanate ultimate treasures, their upper limits were different. The upper limits of chaos spiritual treasures were higher than Khanate ultimate treasures. The level of chaos spiritual treasures, just like the level of cultivators. Khanate ultimate treasures were comparable to chaos primordial experts. As for chaos spiritual treasures, they included the realm of chaos primordial and above. In other words, the limit of Khanate ultimate treasures. Only the early stage of chaos spiritual treasures. As the top chaos spiritual treasure, the power that the obliterating millstone could exert was definitely above the chaos primordial realm. Fortunately, during the splitting tribulation, the owner of the obliterating millstone, one of the top existences among the chaos demon gods, had fallen. Naturally, the obliterating millstone could not be unscathed. Under the attack of the splitting heaven divine axe, he had also been severely injured. Although after countless years of cultivation, the obliterating millstone had been repaired a little, it had only been repaired to the level of a top Khanate ultimate treasure. It was barely on the same level as the Meluo Heaven Premier Pagoda. It was far from being comparable to its peak. If it was only at this level, Feng Zichen did not need to be afraid. However, that was not what he was worried about. Instead, it was, why was the obliterating millstone in the hands of the demon ancestor Rahu? It should be known that this treasure was the spirit treasure of the destruction demon god. It would only listen to his orders. There were only two possibilities for the demon ancestor Rahu to be able to control this treasure. First, the demon god of destruction had lent it to him. Second, he was the demon god of destruction. If it was the first possibility, it would be fine. But if it was the second possibility, it would be a big problem. The demon god of destruction was one of the giants in the chaos, second only to Pangu. He was also one of the few existences that could pose a threat to great Taoist priest Pangu. His realm was far beyond imagination. He had reached an incredible realm. It was very terrifying and could not be judged by common sense. If the demon ancestor Rahu was really the demon god of destruction, the celestial emperor's incarnation would definitely not be his opponent. This point had to be referred to Tao ancestor Hongjun. Tao ancestor Hongjun, who was also the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, had no resistance in front of great immortal Yangmei. And the demon god of destruction was an existence that did not lose to great immortal Yangmei. However, Feng Zichen rejected this possibility in his heart. Because if the demon ancestor Rahu was really the demon god of destruction, the mere bottleneck of the limitless Tao realm would not be able to stop him. Moreover, it was even more impossible for them to win a battle with the demon ancestor Rahu. The strength that the demon ancestor Rahu displayed was very strong, but that was only relative to the chaos. If he was really the demon god of destruction, then the strength that he displayed was too weak. Therefore, the demon ancestor Rahu could not be the demon god of destruction. But Feng Zichen felt that it was impossible for the demon god of destruction to lend his spirit treasure to the demon ancestor Rahu. One had to know that the spirit treasure and its owner had a complementary relationship. With the help of the spirit treasure, cultivation would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The demon god of destruction had just escaped from the seal and was in the critical period of recovering his strength. Why would he lend his treasure? This did not make sense, unless, all of a sudden, Feng Zichen thought of a possibility. That was, the world-destroying millstone was snatched by the demon ancestor Rahu. As everyone knew, the demon ancestor Rahu was a great existence born from the resentment of the chaos demon god and was naturally compatible with the chaos demon god. Was there a possibility that the demon ancestor Rahu was formed from part of the demon god of destruction's origin? After the demon god of destruction broke out of the seal, In order to recover his strength as soon as possible, he immediately wanted to possess the demon ancestor Rahu. Thinking about what kind of figure the demon ancestor Rahu was, his strength could be said to be the best in the chaos. Naturally, he was unwilling to be possessed, so he rose up to resist. The two of them fought just like that. It was precisely because of this reason that the demon ancestor Rahu was hindered. He could only watch helplessly as the demon sect suppressed Hautian and the others, unable to help. After that, perhaps the demon ancestor Rahu was more skilled, or perhaps something had happened to the demon god of destruction. In short, the demon ancestor Rahu protected his body and seized the chaos spirit treasure, the world-destroying millstone. This resulted in the scene in front of him. Of course, these were all Feng Zichen's guesses. There were many illogical points, and they might not be the truth. As for the real reason, probably only the demon ancestor Rahu and the demon god of destruction knew. However, no matter how one looked at it, the demon ancestor Rahu had a deep connection with the demon god of destruction. There might be a day when he would be possessed. Die. Just as Feng Zichen was in a daze, the demon ancestor Rahu's counterattack arrived. Boom! The destruction chi was vast and mighty, covering the entire void and drowning the Sky Emperor's avatar. Kill! Hautian formed a Dao seal with his hands and activated the Meluo Heavenly Premier Pagoda. Boundless creation chi descended to counter the destruction chi. On the other side, Leisha activated the Myriad God picture and produced the Myriad God Phantom. He imprinted it on the Meluo Heavenly Premier Pagoda to increase its power. Whoosh! As the creation chi and destruction chi clashed, Gaochen activated the Zichen sword and slashed out a heaven-splitting sword will. It tore through the void and attacked the demon ancestor Rahu. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged blows. They attacked each other wildly. Terrifying power spilled out in all directions, shaking the Tree of World. Chapter 590. But fortunately, the World Tree was a primordial chaos existence. In addition, after holding up the sky, it had received the favor of the world origins, and its strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if it was far from being as powerful as Rahu and the celestial Thearka's avatar, it could still barely protect itself. Moreover, to protect the World Tree's safety, the Heavenly Tao had set up several layers of defense around it. With so many means added together, the World Tree might not be able to block Rahu's full-powered attack, but it was more than enough to block the aftershocks of the two's battle. Boom! 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 As the two's battle became more intense, the world shook incessantly. Even the laws let out a mournful wail, as if they could not withstand the power and were about to collapse. Mount Buzhou suppress. As the two exchanged blows, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity to activate the power of the lesser Buzhou mountain from the boundless void to suppress demon ancestor Luo Ho. Rumble. The phantom of Mount Buzhou descended from the sky, and Rahu, who was fighting against the Zhoxing painting and Meluo Heaven's primordial pagoda, was caught off guard and was hit head-on, falling into a momentary daze. In a battle between experts, there was no room for mistakes. That momentary daze was enough to break the balance between the two and determine the outcome. Bang! While Rahu was in a daze, the obliteration millstone could not help but pause. Its power weakened, and it could no longer resist the combined power of the two connate cardinal treasures, Zhoxing painting and Meluo Heaven's primordial pagoda, being struck down from the void. Without the obliteration millstone restraining it, the power of the two connate cardinal treasures erupted and blasted Rahu's body. Immediately after, Feng Zichen, Hao Yan, and the others knew that this was a rare opportunity. They all used their remarkable powers without holding back and blasted at Rahu. In an instant, the celestial Tharch avatar's 8 arms moved in unison as all sorts of powerful supreme, remarkable powers formed and blasted out from his hands. Terrifying Taoist rhymes almost drowned Rahu. Whoosh! Starlight was hazy, divine light was resplendent, Taoist light was mysterious, and immortal light was ethereal. Four completely different powers erupted at the same time, transforming into inextinguishable Taoist marks that branded themselves on Ra's body in an attempt to shatter and destroy his great Tao. Kill. After the first wave of divine powers was over, the second wave followed. They did not give fiend ancestor Rahu a chance to react. They wanted to take this opportunity to kill him. Top divine powers of the primordial universe and rare connate numinous treasures of the primordial universe blasted towards fiend ancestor Rahu wave after wave as though they were free. Scram! In the sea formed by the divine ability, demon ancestor Rahu let out a furious roar. Suddenly, he raised a pitch-black banner and swept it around. Boundless fiendish aura erupted and swept the divine ability away. At the same time, the obliteration millstone flew out from the depths of the void and hovered above Ra's head. It emanated boundless destructive aura that protected him within. The destructive aura and connate baleful aura erupted at the same time, forming a black ocean that destroyed everything. It blocked the celestial Thearka's incarnation's divine powers and dharma treasures, opening up a safe zone for fiend ancestor Rahu. At this moment, seeing that the situation had changed and that it was impossible to kill the demon ancestor Rahu, the celestial emperor's incarnation hurriedly retreated, creating a sufficient reaction distance and waiting for the situation to change. When everything calmed down and the void returned to normal, fiend ancestor Rahu's figure gradually appeared. Wretched to the extreme. At this moment, fiend ancestor Rahu's appearance was indeed a little wretched compared to his previous domineering appearance. The Taoist robe on his body had been completely shattered by the celestial emperor's incarnation's attacks. It hung on his body in wisps, revealing his cracked body. Fiend ancestor Rahu now looked like broken porcelain that was barely glued together. His body was full of cracks, as though he would shatter at the slightest touch. That's right. Under the frenzied attacks of the celestial emperor's incarnation, fiend ancestor Rahu's supreme demonic body that had been polished for hundreds of millions of years was almost completely destroyed. Drip, drip, drops of dark red blood dripped down from the cracks on his body, dyeing the void red. However, no phenomenon formed. Just like mortal blood, it was clear that all the demonic nature had been wiped out. Boom! A pitch-black demonic light rose from fiend ancestor Rahu's body as he attempted to heal his wounds. But there was no doubt that he failed. Every time Demon Shine was about to heal his wounds, there would be four strange forces that would appear around his wounds, hindering him from recovering. Those were the Tao injuries that Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other three had left on fiend ancestor Ra's body. The injuries were branded on the great Tao. If they were not removed in time, not only would it affect one's strength, but it would also constantly erode the great Tao until it completely disintegrated. Cough, cough. The juniors nowadays are really amazing. Fiend ancestor Rahu coughed a few times and said in an inexplicable tone. After the test just now, he had realized that his Tao injuries could not be healed in a short period of time. Therefore, fiend ancestor Rahu no longer tried to heal his injuries. Instead, he used a secret technique to temporarily suppress his injuries to maintain his peak combat strength. The timing was not right. If it were in normal times, fiend ancestor Rahu would have been able to recover from his injuries after tens of thousands of years in seclusion. Unfortunately, he did not have time to recover from his injuries now. This was because Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other three would never give him time to recover from his injuries. Although the injuries caused by the celestial emperor's incarnation were not fatal, the impact was great. It was enough to cause his strength to fall to about 70% of his original strength. After losing 30% of his strength, no matter how confident fiend ancestor Rahu was, he did not feel that he could defeat the celestial emperor's incarnation. TSK. Another connate cardinal treasure. Fiend ancestor, you are really rich. Looking at the long banner in fiend ancestor Ra's hand, Feng Zichen could not help but be tongue-tied. Feng Zichen did not recognize the origin of the long banner, but Feng Zichen could still feel the aura on his body. It was definitely a Khanate cardinal treasure. Moreover, the power of visualization could sweep away the Zhoxing painting and the Milo-Ocean primeval pagoda in one fell swoop. Its grade would not be low. Even if it was not as good as the world-destroying millstone, it was not far away. The foundation of the demon sect is really deep. At this time, even Hao Tian, who was used to seeing treasures in the Purple Cloud Palace, could not help but sigh. The world-destroying millstone, the unknown long banner, the 4 immortal slaying swords that had been taken away by Tao ancestor Hongjun, and the god-slaying spear that they had sent into the Purple Cloud Palace to suppress. Fiend ancestor Rahu already had 4 Khanate cardinal treasures. This level of wealth had far surpassed Tao ancestor Hongjun. Note, before the outbreak of the war between Taoists and demons, Tao ancestor Hongjun was indeed not as rich as Fiend ancestor Rahu. In the beginning, the Taiji painting did not belong to him. Moreover, this was only the number of Khanate cardinal treasures that Fiend ancestor Rahu had exposed on the surface. Who knew if he had other Khanate cardinal treasures hidden in the dark? However, Fiend ancestor, although you have many cardinal treasures, you are ultimately only one person. And behind us is the entire primordial world. Even if you are rich, can you be richer than the entire primordial world? Although he was shocked by Fiend ancestor Ra's wealth, Feng Zichen was not afraid. Just as he had said, behind him stood the entire primordial world. Slaying fiends was the righteousness of heaven and earth. And in front of the righteousness, all living beings of the primordial world had to do their part. Therefore, Feng Zichen moved. He controlled the celestial emperor's incarnation and bowed slightly to the heavens and earth. He said in a clear voice, "Poor way of heaven and earth, today I beg all my fellow Taoists to help us kill the fiend ancestor." His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the primordial world. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the primordial world shook. One after another, Khanate numinous treasures tore through the air. There were thousands of them, forming a vast torrent of Dharma treasures, quietly lying in front of the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. The Celestial Emperor's words moved in all directions. These Khanate numinous treasures were all Khanate numinous treasures that did not have owners yet. They usually hid in various parts of the primordial world and could not be found at all. They would only appear when the mandate of heaven descended or when their owners were born. Or perhaps they would hide forever until the immeasurable calamity came. But now, in response to the call of the Celestial Emperor's incarnation, they came out of their hiding places and came in front of Feng Zichen and the others to do their part to kill the fiend. The world obeyed once the order was issued. This power was the real power of the Celestial Emperor, worthy of his identity as the supreme ruler of the primordial world. Thousands of Khanate numinous treasures gathered in one place. Such a spectacular scene could only be compared to the treasure-snatching rock before the treasure was divided. Buzz, 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 as the Dharma treasures trembled, various colors of light reflected on each other, so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the air, shaking the past, present, and future. It even had the tendency to be on par with the Khanate cardinal treasures. This was a quantitative change led to a qualitative change. The combined power of thousands of Khanate numinous treasures was definitely enough to compete with the Khanate cardinal treasures in terms of power, or even surpass them. And just as the ownerless Khanate numinous treasures gathered, the ownerless Khanate numinous treasures in the holy lands of the primordial world were also trembling. From time to time, it would bloom with brilliance, and from time to time, it would return to its original state. Looking at his actions, he seemed to be hesitating. He did not know if he should follow the Celestial Emperor's orders and go to the World Tree to fight the demon ancestor Rahu. In the end, without the suppression of its master, the Sky Emperor's commanding power had gained the upper hand. The famous Khanate spiritual treasures flew into the sky and joined the flood of magical treasures. Whoosh, 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 accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds. More Khanate spiritual treasures gathered, causing the power of the artifact torrent to grow stronger. It almost surpassed the Khanate cardinal treasures. Hiss! What a good move! Upon seeing this scene, even Fiend Ancestor Rahu was somewhat alarmed. He did not dare allow this to continue. At that moment, he raised his Khanate cardinal treasure, the world-destroying millstone, and blasted it directly at the torrent of Dharma treasures in an attempt to destroy it. However, just as the world-exterminating millstone was about to move, a supreme Emperor's seal, surrounded by a brilliant aura, broke through the air and pressed down on its head. What is the origin of this treasure? Why does it make me so afraid? Fiend Ancestor Rahu felt a long-lost fear from this Emperor's seal. It caused his entire body to tremble. That fear originated from his bloodline. It seemed to be engraved in the depths of his bloodline and passed down from generation to generation. Even if Fiend Ancestor Rahu wanted to suppress it, he did not know where to start. Driven by fear, Fiend Ancestor Rahu's world-exterminating millstone, which was supposed to attack the torrent of Dharma treasures, suddenly turned and blasted at the Emperor's seal. Bang! The two treasures collided violently. However, the result was that the Emperor's seal that terrified Fiend Ancestor Rahu was blasted far away. This result made Fiend Ancestor Rahu heave a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he was greatly puzzled. This treasure was not very powerful. Why did it make him so afraid that he almost could not control himself? With doubts in his heart, Fiend Ancestor Rahu reached out and grabbed at the Emperor's seal that had been blasted away. However, although he was fast, someone was faster than him. Before Fiend Ancestor Rahu made his move, the arms of the Celestial Emperor's avatar, which belonged to the Gauchin, had already reached out and grabbed at the Emperor's seal. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was furious. He summoned the world-exterminating millstone and blasted it at the huge hand that was grabbing at the Emperor's seal. Huh! The Gauchin merely shook his head and chuckled in response to Fiend Ancestor Ra's action. He had a mocking expression on his face. Then, the huge hand that was grabbing at the Emperor's seal suddenly paused. His 5 fingers repeatedly formed a mysterious seal. Buzz! 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 The moment the seal was formed, the Emperor's seal immediately reacted and released endless Taoist rhymes. Amidst the endless Taoist rhymes, a huge finger was faintly discernible. Like a pillar that supported the heavens, it blasted at the world-exterminating millstone. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, the obliteration millstone, which had the upper hand previously, was pushed into the depths of the void by the huge finger without any resistance. It lay there quietly, and the spiritual light around it had dimmed a little. Obviously, it had suffered some injuries. As for Fiend Ancestor Rahu, his performance was even worse. After the huge finger appeared, it was as if he had seen an extremely terrifying existence. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his body trembled like a sieve. He no longer had the demeanor of an unparalleled expert. However, there was not the slightest trace of fear on his face. Instead, there was a faint look of disapproval. To be honest, the power displayed by the huge finger was not enough to scare Fiend Ancestor Rahu at all. In fact, he did not feel that there was anything to be afraid of about the huge finger before him. As for why he was acting so unbearably, it was because of his bloodline. The fear that originated from the depths of his bloodline caused Fiend Ancestor Rahu's body to tremble uncontrollably. However, in his heart, he did not feel any fear at all. Therefore, this caused Fiend Ancestor Rahu's body to tremble in fear. However, there was a look of disapproval on his face. Damn it! The influence of the Chaos Demon Gods on their descendants is simply too great. After suppressing the fear in his bloodline, Fiend Ancestor Rahu could not help but complain in a low voice. From a moment he saw the huge finger, he understood why he was so afraid of the Emperor's seal. Because from the mighty and vast aura, fiend ancestor Rahu knew the origin of the finger, Pangu's finger. Therefore, he, who had inherited the bloodline of the chaos demon gods, was so afraid. Chapter 591. As the saying went, there were gains and losses. Although the descendants of the chaos demon god were naturally stronger than the Khanate god fiends, it was also because of this reason that they were deeply influenced by the chaos demon god and could not resist them. When they died, the chaos demon god's fear of Pangu had already been rooted in the depths of their bloodline. This also led to their bloodline descendants who were deeply influenced by them also inheriting their fear of Pangu. Demon ancestor Rahu was a descendant of the chaos demon god and was the most outstanding existence among them. Therefore, he was the most affected by the chaos demon god and feared Pangu the most. Although the descendants of the chaos demon god had obtained the most powerful strength, they had lost even more, and it was almost impossible for them to escape the control of the chaos demon god. When the Khanate god fiends were born, although they were far from as powerful as the descendants of the chaos demon god, their Tao hearts were unaffected and they had a brighter future. It was a trade-off. No one could tell who had gained the upper hand. Just like now, facing the human Tao imperial seal formed by Pangu's finger, demon ancestor Rahu was almost unable to control himself in fear. This was one of the disadvantages of being a descendant of the chaos demon god. That's right, the imperial seal that broke through the air was the human Tao supreme treasure that Feng Zichen had given to Fuxi, the human Tao imperial seal. Your Majesty, I'll return the imperial seal to you to help you clear the demonic aura. At this moment, Fuxi's faintly discernible voice was heard. Of course, he himself did not come. Fuxi still had this bit of self-awareness. With the support of the mandate of heaven, Fuxi could erupt with power comparable to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. But this kind of power, in normal times, could naturally sweep through the primordial world. But in this place, it seemed a little inadequate. The difference was too great. If Fuxi came here personally, he would definitely die even with the protection of the human Tao imperial seal. This could be seen from the outcome when he took out the human Tao imperial seal and blasted it at demon ancestor Rahu. In Fuxi's hands, the human Tao imperial seal was easily sent flying by the obliteration millstone. In the hands of the celestial emperor's incarnation, the obliteration millstone was damaged. The difference between them was obvious. Moreover, Fuxi didn't even participate in the battle between the incarnations of the sages and the chaotic demonic celestial in the void. Now, it could be said that he had a great responsibility, bearing the heavy responsibility of protecting the primordial world. Dozens of powerful primordial chaos existences fought in the primordial world. It was impossible to say that it did not affect the primordial world and all living beings. In a battle of this level, just a wisp of aftershock from the exchange of blows was enough to kill a powerful figure in the early stage of Sage to Be. If they hit the wilderness, the consequences could be imagined. A light punishment would be to wipe out a large number of living beings, while a heavy punishment would be to wipe out an entire region. Therefore, at this moment, someone needed to protect the primordial world to prevent all living beings from being affected by the spreading aftershocks. As the ruler of all races, Fuxi, who possessed formidable strength, was the most suitable candidate for this position. At that moment, Fuxi was leading the experts of the 10,000 races to set up the primordial river formation and mobilize the power of heaven and earth in all directions to protect the living beings of the primordial world. With the combined power of the 10,000 races, Fuxi was able to push the power of the primordial river formation to its limits. Its strength was probably comparable to the demon race's heavenly cycle star formation. Even if a primordial chaos expert came, it would be able to kill him. Using this formation to protect the primordial world might not be foolproof, but it could reduce the danger to the minimum. However, combining the power of the 10,000 races to form a formation was also a coincidence. This was the only time. In the future, it would probably be difficult for Fuxi to replicate this situation. Rumble. After pushing the obliterating millstone into the depths of the void, Pangu's finger did not stop moving. With a vast amount of power, it rumbled toward Demon Ancestor Rahu. Demon Ancestor Rahu naturally did not dare to be careless. Ignoring the residual strength of Pangu's finger, just its weight alone was enough to crush a primordial chaos expert. He had no choice but to deal with it carefully. Go! With a thought, Demon Ancestor Rahu called back the obliterating millstone that had been pushed into the depths of the void. With the power of the unknown banner in his hand, he blasted it toward the human Tao Emperor seal. With the departure of the obliterating millstone and banner, Demon Ancestor Rahu was only left with a few top-grade Khanate numinous treasures. Upon seeing this, Feng Zichen, Hao Yan, and company naturally would not let go of this opportunity. They raised the Zhousing map and Milo Ocean Primordial Pagoda, as well as Lesser Mount Buzhou, and attacked Rahu together. Rumble. Lesser Mount Buzhou emitted an aura that suppressed the ages. It formed a special Tao domain around Rahu to suppress his strength and prevent him from using his full strength. Above the heavenly cycle stellar chart, there were galactic rivers and cosmic lights. They stacked on top of each other, forming a gigantic space-time Tao wheel. It released peerless space-time forces to delay Fiend Ancestor Rahu's actions and will. The Milo Ocean Primordial Pagoda spun slowly, drooping down boundless creation chi. It transformed into all sorts of mysterious existences that resembled gods, devils, and artifacts, all of them blasted toward Rahu. At the same time, a massive suction force emitted from the bottom of the Milo Ocean Primordial Pagoda. It firmly held Rahu in place as it attempted to pull him into the pagoda. As for the top-grade, Khanate numinous treasures around Rahu, they were completely suppressed by the full strength of the three supreme treasures. They could no longer display any of their miraculous powers. Kill. After the three supreme treasures attacked, the celestial Dharch avatar conjured a torrent of Dharma treasures and charged at Rahu. Clang, 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 clang. The Khanate numinous treasures slammed into Rahu's body. It was extremely rhythmic, but they failed to deal any damage to him. Who was Rahu? He was the founder of the fiendish Tao, the most outstanding descendant of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. Furthermore, he was a powerhouse of the primordial Chaos body tempering Tao. His body was innately powerful, far exceeding that of most Khanate god fiends. He was not necessarily weaker than a newborn ancestral magus. Furthermore, he tempered his body with Khanate baneful aura day and night, painstakingly polishing it for countless years. He had long tempered his body into a flawless state. Its toughness was comparable to Khanate cardinal treasures, making it the #1 body in the primordial world. How could a mere Khanate numinous treasure break through such a powerful body? Even though Rahu's body had been torn apart by the celestial Dharch avatar and was in a severely injured state, a Khanate numinous treasure was still a Khanate numinous treasure. Even in a damaged state, it was still a Khanate numinous treasure. It was not something that Khanate numinous treasures could break. Therefore, although the torrent of Dharma treasures could affect Rahu to a certain extent, it was not fatal. It posed no threat at all. In fact, it had even brought certain benefits to the Nunma ancestor, Rahu. Bam! Bam! Amidst the sounds of metal being hammered, ancestral fiend, Rahu, actually treated himself as a piece of metal. He used the flood of treasures as a hammer and the suppression of the three supreme treasures as a furnace to refine his body. Bam! 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 Each sound was heavier than the last. It was as if a piece of divine iron or immortal gold was being hammered 1,000 times. With the collision of the Khanate numinous treasures, the Taoist rhymes they carried, as well as the Taoist rhymes emitted by the three supreme treasures, were hammered into Rahu's body to enhance his foundation and strengthen his body. Boom! 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 After the repeated collisions, Demon Ancestor Rahu's aura began to slowly grow. Even the Tao injury he had suffered earlier showed signs of recovery. Although this sort of growth was very slow, so much so that it was almost undetectable. It was indeed happening. Everything was developing in a bad direction. Yes, that's the feeling. A little stronger, a little stronger. Only in this way can I take that crucial step. The strength that had not increased for a long time began to slowly increase. That feeling made Rahu a little addicted. He had achieved his goal. This was the pressure he needed, the pressure that was enough for him to break through. He had not misjudged these juniors. They had really done it. If this strength could last for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, then Rahu the demon ancestor would have enough confidence to advance to the realm of Wuji Daluo Jingxian. But unfortunately, Feng Zichen obviously would not give him this opportunity. After sensing that the aura of Rahu the demon ancestor had begun to slowly increase, Feng Zichen realized that something was wrong. Although he had not experienced this situation personally, he was still very familiar with it. In his previous life, he had seen many similar situations in novels. The villain intended to refine the protagonist to death, but he did not expect the protagonist to use his strength to transform. In the end, not only did the villain not achieve his goal, but the protagonist's strength increased greatly, and he killed him instead. At that time, Feng Zichen's blood was boiling as he watched. His emotions were stirred, and he wished he could replace him. If it were him, what would he do? After coming to the primordial world, he had also fantasized about such a situation happening, but he had never had the chance to encounter it. He did not expect that not only would he encounter it today, but he would also become the villain. This kind of experience was not very wonderful. No one would be happy to become a stepping stone on someone else's path to success. Feng Zichen was naturally no exception. With the fate of so many villains in front of him, how could Feng Zichen not learn from the experience and leave a chance for Rahu the demon ancestor to break through? Therefore, he made a move. He controlled the celestial emperor's incarnation to directly attack Rahu the demon ancestor, wanting to engage in close combat with him. Kill. With a thought, Feng Zichen controlled the celestial emperor's incarnation and suddenly opened his mouth to swallow, swallowing all the magical treasures into his body. Great array of 10,000 treasures, open. After swallowing the magical treasures, Feng Zichen immediately mobilized all his strength and arranged those innate spirit treasures according to a mysterious trajectory to form a peerless array so that their strength could be connected together. Boom! The moment the array was formed, the power of thousands of innate spirit treasures became a whole in the blink of an eye, erupting with a bright brilliance. Endless treasure light bloomed from the body of the celestial emperor's incarnation, making him look more and more majestic. At the same time, his strength was soaring. His originally somewhat illusory body also solidified in an instant and had a texture. Its hardness was not inferior to that of innate spirit treasures. It was even better than the physical body of Rahu the demon ancestor. This was the power of the great array of 10,000 treasures. It integrated the power of the innate spirit treasures that formed the array into a whole, so that they could erupt with power that was far beyond their own grade. To put it simply, the function of this array was to maximize the characteristic of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. This array was created by Sect Master Tong Tian and improved by Feng Zichen. In the untainted land, the person who had the most innate spirit treasures was none other than Sect Master Tong Tian. Back then, he had taken away many innate spirit treasures from the treasure-snatching rock with the help of the 4 immortal killing swords. As a sage, the innate spirit treasures were not very useful to him. Therefore, after much thought, Sect Master Tong Tian created the great array of 10,000 treasures in order to maximize the effect of the innate spirit treasures in his hands. Later, after Feng Zichen obtained this array through Xianqing, he thought of the future glory of the endless starry sky and the birth of a large number of innate spirit treasures. With the help of the power of Hongmeng Daozhong, he improved this array for a rainy day. However, He did not expect that before the birth of the innate spirit treasures in the endless starry sky, he would use it in such a situation. The affairs of the world were really unpredictable. You're courting death. With the disappearance of the torrent of magic treasures, Rahu the demon ancestor's plan to refine his body failed, and his strength stopped increasing. Therefore, Rahu the demon ancestor was extremely angry. He had finally seen the hope of a breakthrough that he had been looking forward to for a long time, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Between the ups and downs, even Rahu the demon ancestor lost control of his state of mind. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It could be used on anyone. Die. Seeing the celestial emperor's avatar charging over, Rahu the demon ancestor rushed forward, wanting to vent all the anger in his heart on him. However, as soon as they started fighting, Rahu the demon ancestor discovered a surprising result. He was not the opponent's match at all. This was not the difference in strength, but the result of him being suppressed by his opponent. Thinking of this, Rahu the demon ancestor suddenly raised his head and looked at the three treasures floating beside him. Joshing painting, Mi Luo Heaven Primordial Pagoda, and Little Mount Bujo. It was the combination of these three treasures that limited Rahu the demon ancestor's strength to 80%. Moreover, this was not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing was that the speed of time and space that belonged to Rahu the demon ancestor was about 10 times slower than that of the celestial emperor's avatar. In other words, Rahu the demon ancestor could only punch once in the time it took for the celestial emperor's avatar to punch 10 times. This difference of 10 times was undoubtedly fatal to Rahu the demon ancestor, who was evenly matched with the celestial emperor's avatar. This resulted in the celestial emperor's avatar completely suppressing Rahu the demon ancestor. Not long after, Rahu the demon ancestor's old injuries were not healed, but new ones were added to his body. During this time, Rahu the demon ancestor had also attempted to summon back the obliterating millstone and the long banner to break the suppression of the three treasures. However, he was surprised that the battle between the two treasures and the human Tao Emperor's seal was not optimistic. Chapter 592. The World-Destroying Millstone and the Long Banner. The two connate cardinal treasures worked together to barely suppress the human Tao Emperor's seal. They barely had the upper hand. It was probably impossible for them to return a help. Otherwise, once these two connate cardinal treasures were summoned, demon ancestor Rahu's situation would be even worse. In fact, simply speaking, the power of the human Tao Emperor's seal was strong enough, but it was still impossible for him to fight against two connate cardinal treasures alone. The reason why he could fight against two top connate cardinal treasures and not be at a disadvantage was that Feng Zichen had secretly activated the power of the Chaos Bead. No matter what, the Chaos Bead was once a supreme chaos treasure. Even though it had suffered a calamity and its grade had fallen to a connate cardinal treasure, its essence had not changed. Just like the prodigies among cultivators who had invincible strength among those of the same realm, the Chaos Bead was one of the best among the connate cardinal treasures. It might be a little difficult to completely suppress two top connate cardinal treasures, but it was still easy to tie down all their energy. The defeat of the world-destroying millstone and the long banner made demon ancestor Rahu's heart slowly sink. He had miscalculated. The other party's strength had indeed met his expectations and could give him enough pressure to break through. However, demon ancestor Rahu clearly did not expect that one day he would be completely suppressed by someone with magic treasures. It was the biggest joke in the world. If it was in the past, someone would say that they could defeat demon ancestor Rahu in terms of magic treasures. Demon ancestor Rahu would definitely scoff. His strength was not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of magic treasures. He, who had inherited the legacy of the chaos fiend god, was almost the richest existence in the primordial world. The numinous treasures he possessed were beyond the imagination of the world. But today, Demon ancestor Rahu's pride was gone. He was suppressed by someone with a magic treasure. In order to deal with him, the other party had used 4 Khanate cardinal treasures and thousands of Khanate numinous treasures. With the power of the magic treasure, they had directly beaten him to a pulp. Damn Hongjun! Looking at the 3 Khanate cardinal treasures that faintly surrounded him, demon ancestor Rahu could not help but curse Dao ancestor Hongjun in his heart. If Dao ancestor Hongjun hadn't taken away his 4 immortal slaying swords and suppressed his god-slaying spear, causing him to lose 2 extremely powerful innate supreme treasures, then today, how could he be in such a sorry state? The outcome of the battle was still unknown. Amidst his rage, Rahu's attacks turned even more frenzied. Although, based on the current situation, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. However, in Rahu's heart, there was still a faint hope. A hope of turning defeat into victory. Between life and death, there was great terror, but there was also great opportunity. The current Celestial Emperor Avatar was already capable of bringing fatal danger to Rahu. Thus, the pressure that the demon ancestor, Rahu, felt from fighting him was unprecedented. And this was the motivation for his breakthrough. If Fiend Ancestor Rahu could use this battle as an opportunity to pry into the mysteries of the limitless Tao realm, he would be able to do so. Then, he might have a chance to turn defeat into victory. However, this method was extremely dangerous. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. It was equivalent to lingering between life and death. The slightest carelessness could put one's life in danger. However, at this moment, Rahu could no longer care so much. In order to break through, it was worth paying a price. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble. In any case, with his strength, he wouldn't really die. Why wouldn't he dare to take a gamble? Having decided to go all out, Fiend Ancestor Rahu's every move carried with it a fearless aura. A majestic will surged out, shaking the Tao domain formed by the 3 Khanate cardinal treasures to suppress him, causing it to loosen up slightly. However, although Rahu's moves were ferocious, Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other 3's moves were even more ferocious. In fact, there was even a hint of a tragic aura. That was a completely suicidal way of fighting. Exchanging injuries for injuries was just an ordinary method. As the 2 of them exchanged blows, blood and broken bones splattered out and scattered on the primordial land. They either formed lakes or turned into mountains. Endless divinity spread out and soaked into the mountains and rivers. Who knew how many shocking opportunities it would bring to this place? What's more, who knew how many strange creatures would be born from this boundless fortune? Rumble. The battle became more and more intense. Countless Tao patterns spread out. Endless divine light bloomed, and fragments of the rules of heaven and earth danced in it. All kinds of shocking phenomena appeared one after another, causing the battlefield to be completely invisible. It was a vast expanse. If they weren't forced to the point of no choice, Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other 3 wouldn't be so desperate. The conditions really didn't allow them to slack off. One had to know that. They were different from Rahu the demon ancestor. Rahu the demon ancestor's strength was cultivated bit by bit. It was real, and the strength they had now was forcefully raised with the help of their own karmic rank. It was an external force and was illusory. It was completely incomparable to the strength that Rahu the demon ancestor had painstakingly cultivated. At the very least, their strength couldn't last long. There was a time limit. After all, they weren't the real Celestial Emperors and couldn't maintain the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. If Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other 3 couldn't get rid of Rahu the demon ancestor before the Celestial Emperor's incarnation disappeared, then what awaited them wouldn't be a good ending. Moreover, apart from the restrictions of the Celestial Emperor's incarnation, there was another urgent matter that forced Feng Zichen and the others to go all out. That was, soon, the Meluo Heaven's primordial pagoda would disappear and return to the future. After all, it was a Khanate treasure from the future. even if it was forcefully left in the present world by the celestial emperor's incarnation with a supreme divine ability. The Meluo Heaven's primordial pagoda still couldn't stay for a long time. Otherwise, the Meluo Heaven's primordial pagoda would definitely be devoured by the river of space-time and fall into an unknown space-time, disappearing forever. Therefore, before the backlash of the river of space-time arrived, the Meluo Heaven's primordial pagoda was bound to return to the space-time that belonged to him. It was also the reason why the Earth Empress was missing among the 5 emperors that formed the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. As a result, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation was incomplete and couldn't unleash its invincible power. Otherwise, with the strength of the complete Celestial Emperor's incarnation, it could easily suppress the backlash of the river of space-time, thus allowing the Meluo Heaven's primordial pagoda to stay in the present world for a long time. Your Majesties, Poor Wei is here to help you. Just as the Celestial Emperor's incarnation was locked in battle with fiend ancestor Rao, an ethereal Tao voice suddenly came from afar. Then, in the void, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginnings incarnation, who was fighting with the Chaos Fiend Celestial, suddenly shook off his opponent and took the time to throw a golden treasure flag in the direction of the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. The flag was more than 20 feet long and was dark yellow in color. It emitted light all over, and as the flag fluttered, golden lotuses were faintly discernible, creating a boundless atmosphere. This treasure was the center of the Heaven and Earth 5-element flags, the Wutu apricot yellow flag. It was the top connate numinous treasure of the primordial world. Your Majesty, catch. Just as the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning took out the central Wutu apricot yellow flag, Saint Jiayin's incarnation also took action. A green treasure flag flew out from his head and followed closely behind the Wutu apricot yellow flag, flying towards the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. The Eastern Green Treasure Lotus flag of the connate 5-element flags. At the same time, above the World Tree, where the 33 heavens were, in a place surrounded by sacred aura. After seeing the Wutu apricot yellow flag and the Green Treasure Lotus flag appear one after another, a graceful and elegant woman suddenly shot a beam of clear light downward. The Western White Cloud Boundary flag of the connate 5-element flags of the Heaven and Earth, and that woman was the current Heavenly Empress, the Jade Lake Empress. Under Shoyang Mountain, a city of the human race, Yi Ong Clan Xuandu, who was suppressing the nearby earth veins, suddenly sensed something and took out the supreme grade connate spiritual treasure, Southern Floating Flame flag. Whoosh! As soon as the floating flame flag appeared, it sensed a calling from the unseen world and directly flew towards the Celestial Emperor's incarnation to join the other 3 connate 5-element flags of the Heaven and Earth. At this point, 4 of the connate 5-element flags of the Heaven and Earth had gathered, and the missing Northern Xinyuan water control flag was now in the Nether Realm, in the hands of the Lord of the Blood Sea, Nether River Patriarch. Good. After forcing fiend ancestor Rahu back again, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation didn't go forward. Instead, he looked at the 4 connate 5-element flags of the Heaven and Earth that suddenly appeared beside him with great joy. After the Chaos Absolute Treasure 36 Chaos Green Lotus shattered, its lotus leaves fell into the wilderness and turned into a connate cardinal treasure, the connate 5-element flags. After that, it felt like the beginning of the wilderness and the world wasn't stable yet. The connate 5-element flags split into 5 smaller flags and fell into the 4 corners of the world and the earth to suppress the 5 elements and stabilize the world. And these 5 smaller flags were the origin of the connate 5-element flags of the 5 elements. In other words, when the 5 flags were combined, the connate 5-element flags of the connate 5 elements would reappear, a top-grade connate merit cardinal treasure. With the connate 5-element flags of the 5 elements, why worry about not killing fiend ancestor Rahu? Laughing loudly, The celestial emperor's incarnation waved his hand and took out 4 connate, 5-element flags of the 5 elements, surrounding fiend ancestor Rahu. If 5 connate, 5-element flags of the 5 elements were gathered, I might be a little wary. But if 4 connate, 5-element flags of the 5 elements are enough to suppress me. Junior, are you teasing me? Fiend ancestor Rahu was extremely nervous when he saw the connate 5-element flags flying over one after another. Just as he had said, if the connate 5-element flags of the 5 elements were gathered, he would definitely not be able to withstand them in his current situation. He would definitely be suppressed. However, when he saw that there were only 4 connate 5-element flags flying over, Fiend ancestor Rahu heaved a long sigh of relief and completely relaxed. Although there was only one difference between 4 connate 5-element flags and 5 connate 5-element flags of the 5 elements, the meaning they represented was worlds apart. With the 5 connate 5-element flags of the 5 elements gathered, they could immediately form a connate cardinal treasure, the connate 5-element flags of the 5 elements. They could then set up a top-grade connate array of the primordial world, the connate 5-element array of the 5 elements. With the help of this, the celestial emperor's incarnation would definitely be stronger. And fiend ancestor Rahu, who was already at a disadvantage, would be at an even greater disadvantage. He would probably be directly suppressed. But if there were only 4 5-element flags, they would only be 4 supreme-grade connate numinous treasures. Although it was still somewhat troublesome for fiend ancestor Rahu, it wasn't fatal. It was within his tolerance. 4? Soon it won't be. Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the others smiled strangely at fiend ancestor Rahu. They all spoke at the same time. Where is the northern Xianyuan water control flag? Hurry up and return to your position. As soon as they finished speaking, all the Daos in the world trembled and intertwined with an inexplicable power that swept across the heavens and the earth, covering the entire wilderness. Buzz, buzz, buzz at the same time in the Nether Realm. Nether River Patriarch, who was confronting the Chaos Demon God, suddenly felt the Xianyuan water control flag in his hand tremble uncontrollably, as if it was about to slip out of his hand. What's going on? Shocked, Nether River Patriarch subconsciously tightened his grip on the Xianyuan water control flag in his hand, trying to suppress his agitation. However, the power was strange and shockingly powerful. Even if Nether River Patriarch used all his strength, he gradually showed signs of being unable to suppress it. And just as Nether River Patriarch was gradually unable to hold on and was about to use the 12th grade Red Lotus of Hellfire to forcibly suppress the Xianyuan water control flag, the loud voice of the Celestial Emperor's incarnation exploded in his ears like thunder, allowing him to understand the cause and effect. Where is the northern Xianyuan water control flag? Hurry up and return to your position. Hurry up and return to your position. Hurry up and return to your position. Return to your position. Return to your position. Nether River Patriarch thought for a moment and let go of his left hand that was holding the Xianyuan water control flag, allowing it to break and leave. Slaying demons was a righteous cause. Nether River Patriarch had no reason to refuse. Moreover, this was just borrowing the treasure, not that he would not return it. If he borrowed it, he would get 4 favors for free. If he did not lend it, he would definitely offend more than half of the primordial world's powerful figures. The weight of this, Nether River Patriarch could not understand and knew how to choose. Whoosh! The northern Xianyuan water control flag broke through the realm and hovered beside the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. What did it mean to have the heavenly law in one's mouth? What did it mean to have the law in one's words? That was it. The Celestial Emperor was the supreme ruler of the primordial world. His power was endless and almost omnipotent. His will was the will of heaven and earth. Even the Daos of heaven and earth had to obey him, let alone everything else. Any existence that dared to go against his will was undoubtedly defying the heavens and would be hated by the Daos of heaven and earth. From then on, his luck would plummet and he would be unlucky. Therefore, the Celestial Emperor could summon the Xianyuan water control flag from Nether River Patriarch's hands with a single word. Of course, commanding the Celestial Emperor's myriad Tao. That was the ability of a complete Celestial Emperor. Now, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation that was summoned by Feng Zichen, Hao Yin, and the others was only an incomplete one. Its ability was greatly reduced. The reason why he could summon the Northern Xianyuan water control flag from Nether River Patriarch's hands was that he already had 4 innate 5-element flags in his hands. It was precisely because of the special connection between the 5 innate 5-element flags that he could summon the Northern Xianyuan water control flag that the Nether River Patriarch could not suppress and almost let go of. Demon Ancestor, let the juniors send you on your last journey. After taking a deep look at Demon Ancestor Rahu, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation raised the Northern Xianyuan water control flag. Chapter 593. Innate 5 Elements Flags Suppress. As soon as he finished speaking, the Northern Mystic Essence water control flag separated from the Celestial Emperor's avatar and landed on the back of Demon Ancestor Rahu, resonating with the other 4 innate 5 elements flags from afar. Rumble. The 5 innate 5 elements flags gathered, producing a boundless phenomenon. A resplendent brilliance erupted. It was 5-colored and blotted out the sky. And within the 5-colored brilliance, boundless 5 elements, Tao runes, spread out, almost condensing into substance, forming a special Tao domain that sealed Demon Ancestor Rahu within. Whoosh, 5 rays of light soared into the sky and then condensed into one in an instant. At this point, the 5 innate 5 elements flags fused into one, forming a 5-colored flag. Innate merit cardinal treasure, innate 5 elements flags. Boom! Boundless 5 elements chi fell from the innate 5 elements flags, evolving into the mysteries of the universe. In the blink of an eye, the innate 5 elements Tao domain was filled, and Demon Ancestor Rahu, who was in the 5 elements Tao domain, was affected by this. He felt that his body suddenly became countless times heavier, as if he was carrying 100,000 divine mountains, and his movements became increasingly slower. His incomparably straight waist was gradually bent down from the pressure. Is that all? That really disappoints me. I'm afraid it's far from enough to suppress me with such means. Seeing that Demon Ancestor Rahu was gradually bent down, he suddenly laughed loudly. Then, he straightened his back again and charged towards the Celestial Emperor's avatar while enduring the immense pressure. Demon Ancestor Rahu was very excited. Very excited. Under the pressure of the innate 5 elements flags, he actually saw the hope of breaking through again. Faintly, he had a feeling. If he could break the shackles on his body and win this battle, then, he would then. The path of advancing to the limitless Daluo Jinxian would be completely opened, and there would be no more obstacles on the path. It was with the support of this belief that Demon Ancestor Rahu rekindled his hope. He erupted with all his strength and charged towards the Celestial Emperor's avatar, while resisting the suppression of the 4 innate cardinal treasures. All the hardships now were resources for advancing to the limitless Daluo Jinxian. At this moment, Demon Ancestor Rahu had the belief of invincibility. He firmly believed that he could win. However, it was obvious that after obtaining the innate 5 elements flag, Feng Zichen, Hao Yin, and the others were much more confident than Rahu. He already felt that this battle could finally come to an end. Fiend Ancestor must be joking. Who are you? He was once invincible in the great desolate world, an existence that suppressed an entire era. How could we possibly hope to suppress you with such a simple method? So, we have prepared another surprise for you. Celestial Thearch's avatar said with a smile as he dodged Fiend Ancestor Ra's attack despite the immense pressure. Just as they said, Feng Zichen, Hao Yin, and the others had never thought that they could completely suppress the Fiend Ancestor Rahu with an additional connate cardinal treasure. That was unrealistic and impossible. After all, it was born from the resentment of the chaos fiend god. How could the demon ancestor Rahu, who was once invincible in the untainted land, be suppressed so easily? In that case, how could he live up to his name? What? Hearing this, demon ancestor Rahu could not help but be shocked. Right now, he was already at his limit. If Feng Zichen and the others really had other methods that they had not used, then he would really fail miserably and be defeated by a group of juniors. Just as demon ancestor Rahu was feeling bewildered, the celestial Thearka's avatar moved. Then he formed a series of hand seals and pointed at the innate five elements flag, shouting suddenly, "Connate five elements formation, rise." A ball of resplendent five-colored brilliance suddenly bloomed from the connate five elements flag, turning into boundless Tao runes that enveloped demon ancestor Rahu. At the same time, the world suddenly buzzed. Almost all of the origin chi of the five elements began to move restlessly, as if they had gone crazy and were gathering toward this place. Rumble. Suddenly, five colored divine lights descended from the horizon, while a myriad of talisman markings that contained boundless fortune descended from the sky. They were extremely profound, and they fell into the innate five-element flags. That was the foundation of the great desolate world, the connate five elements Tao. The moment the connate five elements formation was activated, the connate five elements Tao manifested and enhanced it. In an instant, in the area where demon ancestor Rahu was, the five directions were reversed and the five elements were in chaos. East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, it evolved into a scene of chaos and loneliness before the world was formed. Dong! The pressure on demon ancestor Rahu's body suddenly increased, causing his advancing footsteps to suddenly stop, unable to move any further. Huff, huff, Junior. You're not bad, but this little bit of strength is far from enough to defeat me. Break for me. In the connate five elements formation, demon ancestor Rahu was first suppressed by the huge pressure and stopped in his tracks. But then he roared and stimulated his potential, increasing his strength at all costs. Boom! Raging demonic flames suddenly rose from demon ancestor Rahu's body. Those were the flames produced when the connate origin was burning, igniting his own origin. This meant that demon ancestor Rahu was going all out. Rumble. A terrifying aura rose from demon ancestor Rahu's body, setting off a huge storm. It swept away the connate five elements energy that gathered on his body, causing it to be in a mess. Even the connate five elements formation and the three connate cardinal treasures were on the verge of collapse under the impact of demon ancestor Rahu's sudden increase in aura, as if they were about to fly out. If the Celestial Emperor's incarnation had not stepped forward at the critical moment to help the four connate cardinal treasures and the formation suppress demon ancestor Rahu, demon ancestor Rahu would have escaped from the impact of the aura. But even so, facing demon ancestor Rahu, who had ignited his origin and whose strength had soared, the suppression of the four connate cardinal treasures was greatly reduced. Its power was less than 60% of its original power. How troublesome! Looking at demon ancestor Rahu, who had ignited his origin, Feng Zichen had mixed feelings. If they followed the normal process, at this moment, they should also ignite their origin and accompany demon ancestor Rahu to see who could not hold on first. Unfortunately, they could not, because the Celestial Emperor's incarnation did not have an origin. In essence, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation was just the incarnation of the rules. Although he had the power to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, he did not have the slightest bit of power. It could also be said that the Celestial Emperor was the embodiment of the will of heaven and earth. His power was the power of heaven and earth. His origin was the origin of heaven and earth. Igniting the origin of heaven and earth? Stop joking. Not to mention whether Feng Zichen and the others had the ability. Even if they did, they would not dare to do so. If they really did so, They were afraid that as soon as they ignited the origin of heaven and earth, boundless karma would descend on their heads, knocking them down from their positions as the supreme beings of heaven and earth, and causing them to be punished by the heavens and die. This was the inconvenience of using external forces. Even though there were many benefits to using external forces, it was ultimately not as good as the power that one had painstakingly cultivated. It could not be done as one wished, and there was always some kind of barrier. Even if it was extremely slight, it still existed. But fortunately, the Khanate Five Elements formation was only one of the killing moves that Feng Zichen used to deal with demon ancestor Rahu. Even if he could not succeed, he still had other methods. He swore to take down demon ancestor Rahu. Moreover, the Khanate Five Elements formation might have succeeded. Didn't he force demon ancestor Rahu to ignite his origin? This kind of method was a life-threatening method. Once it was used, it meant that the other party had no other trump cards and was going to make a final gamble. If that was the case, then Feng Zichen could use his trump card without worry. Today, demon ancestor Rahu is wreaking havoc in the primordial world. I, Ziwei Star Master, hereby request the help of the sacred beasts of the five directions to quell the demonic aura of the primordial world and return peace to heaven and earth. Releasing his spiritual will, Feng Zichen began to try to communicate with the scattered spiritual will of the sacred beasts of the five directions in order to obtain their help to augment the Khanate Five Elements formation. This was not the first time this formation had appeared in the primordial world. On the eve of the Demon Clan's massacre, the Khanate Five Elements formation had appeared in the hands of the five sacred beasts to obstruct Dongwang Tai, who had entered the primordial chaos Dao realm. With the help of this formation, the five sacred beasts only relied on the incarnations of the sage-to-be perfection to block Dongwang Tai's advancement. If Dongwang Tai did not have the Bell of Chaos, he would not have been able to break this formation. From this, one could see how powerful this formation was. And this was only the incarnations of the five sacred beasts. If the true bodies of the five sacred beasts were to make a move together with the Khanate Five Elements flag, they would be able to set up the Khanate Five Elements formation. In the era of the decline of the Demon Clan and the decline of the Witch Clan, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the power of this formation was the best in the primordial world. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen's consciousness spread to the entire primordial world, and he also felt five vast wills in five mysterious regions. That was the will of the five elements sacred beasts. Each one of them was comparable to a saint. If the five elements sacred beasts worked together, even Dao ancestor Hongjun could fight against them. Of course, whether they could win or not was another matter. Although the five elements sacred beasts were strong, they usually needed to suppress a level 4 land to stabilize the primordial world. Therefore, they could not be born unless it was a great calamity of the world. And now, dozens of primordial chaos experts were fighting. The situation in the primordial world seemed to be extremely dangerous. But in reality, both sides had restrained themselves. While fighting with their lives on the line, they were also trying their best to restrain their strength to prevent the primordial world from collapsing. This could be seen from the fact that the primordial world was still safe and sound after the battle had gone on for so long. Otherwise, it would be strange if the primordial world was not shattered into pieces when dozens of primordial chaos experts fought with all their might. In the end, the destruction of the primordial world was not beneficial to either side. The primordial world had not fallen into a great calamity, so the five elements sacred beasts could not be born. They needed to continue suppressing the four extremes of the primordial world. At this moment, it was indeed difficult to get the five elements sacred beasts to attack by force. However, this was not a problem for Feng Zichen. Right now, he was the incarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Even if it was an incomplete version, he still possessed most of the abilities of the Celestial Emperor. Not to mention releasing the five elements sacred beasts, he could still let them leave the four extremes for a short period of time. After communicating with the five elements sacred beasts, Feng Zichen and the others spoke. Today, in the name of the Celestial Emperor, Imperial Edict, I grant the five elements sacred beasts the right to travel in the primordial world. With a thought, Feng Zichen gave the five elements sacred beasts an imperial edict, granting them the right to travel in the primordial world. Of course, he was not the real Celestial Emperor after all. His power was limited. Therefore, this edict was also limited. And the limitation was, as the Celestial Emperor's incarnation disappeared, that edict would also lose its power. It would become a piece of waste paper. However, this little bit of time was enough for them to join forces to suppress the demon ancestor, Rahu. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by five earth-shattering roars, the five elements sacred beasts walked out from the four extremes. The aura of the ancient ruler of the primordial world swept through the entire primordial world, causing all the living beings of the primordial world to involuntarily prostrate themselves in worship. Whoosh! Knowing that the situation was critical, the five elements sacred beasts did not dare to delay. With a flash, they walked into the base of the innate five elements five directions Great Formation and personally presided over the operation of the Great Formation. This battle is settled. Seeing the five elements sacred beasts walk into the Great Formation, Feng Zichen could not help but feel relieved. He let out a sigh of relief and said leisurely, with the five elements sacred beast attacking, the demon ancestor, Rahu, had no hope of winning. After all, they were old enemies in the primordial world who hated the demon ancestor, Rahu, the most. It was the five elements sacred beasts, the three innate clans, and the five elements sacred beasts, to end up in such a situation. But it was all thanks to the demon ancestor, Rahu. Therefore, the five elements sacred beasts naturally wanted to grind the demon ancestor, Rahu, into ashes to express the hatred in their hearts. And they were the trump card that Feng Zichen used to deal with the demon ancestor, Rahu. If not for the five elements sacred beasts as his trump card, how could he have the confidence to suppress the demon ancestor, Rahu, who was famous in the primordial world? Fellow Taoist Rahu, it's really been a long time. I've been waiting. I missed you so much. In the Great Formation, the five elements sacred beasts came in front of the demon ancestor, Rahu, and said with killing intent. Boundless anger emitted from their bodies and completely turned into substance. It burned through the void and distorted the laws. I was wondering who gave that kid so much confidence to suppress me. So it's the five of you trash. Seeing the five elements sacred beasts walk over, the demon ancestor, Rahu, seemed to be a little surprised. But immediately he smiled coldly and said with killing intent, "The five of you are the trump cards that the kid specially prepared for me. It really makes me so excited." Bone-chilling killing intent emitted from the body of the demon ancestor, Rahu, completely condensed into substance. It either transformed into the appearance of the four immortal swords or the god-slaying spear, attacking the five elements sacred beasts. I've really been looking for you for a long time. If you hadn't hidden in the four extremes and not come out, I would have skinned you, pulled out your tendons, skinned you, and tortured you to death. In the bone-chilling killing intent, the voice of the demon ancestor, Rahu, echoed with extreme hatred. The five elements sacred beasts hated the demon ancestor, Rahu, to the core, but the demon ancestor, Rahu, also hated them to the core. Chapter 594. If not for the five elements sacred beasts, demon ancestor Rahu and the demon sect would not have ended up in such a state. Back then, after being awakened by Tao ancestor Hongjun, the five elements sacred beasts led the remaining experts of the three clans to attack Mount Meru on the eve of the Taoist demon war. They launched a bloody revenge, causing the demon sect's mountain gate array to be broken and the experts to suffer heavy casualties. As the sect master of the demon sect, demon ancestor Rahu was also seriously injured under the desperate attack of the five-element sacred beasts. The strength of the demon sect decreased sharply as a result. That was why Tao ancestor Hong Jun took advantage of it and led a group of experts to break through the demon sect. He even forced demon ancestor Rahu to self-destruct. If not for that, how could demon ancestor Rahu be defeated by Tao ancestor Hong Jun? After all, demon ancestor Rahu had already reached the peak of the primordial world after setting off the Long Han tribulation. He had many capable people under him and could be said to be the number one force in the primordial world. Demon ancestor Rahu, who had such a force, fought alone when Tao ancestor Hong Jun led a group of experts to besiege him. Why do you think? It was because the experts under him were either killed or injured by the five-element sacred beasts and the remaining experts of the three clans. They were unable to participate in the battle to help demon ancestor Rahu. The situation was great. It was destroyed by the five-element sacred beasts. How could demon ancestor Rahu not hate? As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes are especially red. This was the true portrayal of demon ancestor Rahu after meeting the five-element sacred beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The killing intent was like a knife or a sword. It cut through the boundless void and attacked the five-element sacred beasts. In this regard, the five-element sacred beasts only smiled faintly. Then, their figures gradually turned illusory and merged with the five-element Tao runes that filled the place. Invisible and intangible. Naturally, they were not afraid of external attacks. The bone-chilling killing intent tore through the air and struck the five-element sacred beasts. However, it passed through their gradually fading bodies and did not cause any damage. As for fiend ancestor Rahu, he missed when he arrived in front of the five-elemental sacred beasts. What was left behind were only five shadows that gradually turn illusory. It's been many years since we last met. The abilities of the five of you trash have improved quite a bit. After his attack failed, demon ancestor Rahu stopped and looked around cautiously. However, his mouth was still filled with unforgiving ridicule. Don't be fooled by fiend ancestor Rahu's words of trash. But in fact, in his heart, his vigilance against the five-element sacred beasts had long been raised to the extreme. It wasn't like he hadn't fought them in the past. The fiend ancestor Rahu still had a fresh memory of the strength of the five holy beasts when they joined forces. That was a power that made one's heart palpitate. Back then, the five elemental sacred beasts had dragged their heavily injured bodies up Mount Meru to fight fiend ancestor Rahu. Back then, it could be said that fiend ancestor Rahu was at his most glorious. At that time, he was complacent. When he saw the five cripples who were inferior to him in cultivation and had been fooled by him, he naturally looked down on them. He thought that it would be easy to get rid of him. But the truth was, it was completely out of his expectations. Although Rahu the demon ancestor had won, the result was a Pyrrhic victory. He was heavily injured by the combined forces of the five. He did not expect that the combined forces of the five would be able to erupt with strength that far exceeded their own level. Fortunately, the five of them had been heavily injured previously. Otherwise, the outcome would have been different. The heavy injury that time had a great impact on fiend ancestor Rahu. It could be said that it had completely ruined the great situation that he had created previously, causing him to lose everything in the battle between the Taoists and the demons. With such a lesson, how could fiend ancestor Rahu not be afraid when he faced the combined forces of the five elemental sacred beasts again? Fellow Taoist Rahu, let's go. Just as fiend ancestor Rahu was on guard, the five elemental sacred beasts' murderous intent rose in their hearts and could not help but attack. Whoosh, the five elements' divine light shot out like the sharpest weapon in the world. It slashed fiend ancestor Rahu's body one after another, leaving scars on his body that was comparable to a connate cardinal treasure. Pucci. Dark red blood spurted out from the wounds on fiend ancestor Rahu's body. His blood was resplendent, with endless Tao runes lingering around it. It emitted a shocking divine light, as if it contained astonishing power. If it was ignored and allowed to fall into the primordial world, perhaps after a few yuan wei, the primordial world would have another great demon that would bring calamity to the world. Unfortunately, under the joint attack of the 5 elemental sacred beasts, the fiend ancestor's blood did not have that opportunity. The 5 elemental chi surged over mightily, devouring the spilled blood of fiend ancestor Rahu, breaking it down and transforming it into a part of itself. It surged towards fiend ancestor Rahu. Kill. The injury had instead stimulated the ferocious nature of Rahu, the demon ancestor. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Demonic Tao, great divine abilities that only existed in legends, were unleashed from his hands, blasting towards the incoming Khanate 5 elements divine light. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was extremely intense, but no matter how powerful fiend ancestor Rahu's divine powers were, he could not hit the 5 elemental sacred beasts. The 5 elemental sacred beasts transformed into the Tao of the 5 elements, fusing with the Khanate 5 elements Tao runes that permeated the air. They became formless and intangible, as if they were everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Unable to touch, unable to see, how was he to fight? But this could not stump fiend ancestor Rahu. Tao runes filled his body as he suddenly released the supreme fiendish Tao that he had painstakingly cultivated. He formed a special Tao domain around him, forcefully distorting the laws, turning formless into corporeal, and forcing out the 5 elemental sacred beasts. Die! Seeing that his means had been broken by fiend ancestor Rahu, the 5 elemental sacred beasts did not hesitate. They directly used their strongest means, relying on the Khanate 5 elements pentagonal array to fight fiend ancestor Rahu fiercely. However, although the 5 elemental sacred beasts attacked fiercely, they clearly held back some strength, as if they did not want to fight fiend ancestor Rahu to the death. This was not because they were afraid of death, but because it was not worth it. Although fiend ancestor Rahu was attacking fiercely, he would not be able to last long. After all, he was burning his origin to fight with others. When his origin was exhausted, his strength would be exhausted, and he would be at their mercy. The 5 elemental sacred beasts had noticed this, so they did not fight fiend ancestor Rahu to the death. Instead, they fought with him until he could not hold on any longer. The battle continued, and as time passed, not only did it not weaken, but it became even more intense than before. And after using all their strength for a long time, whether it was the 5 elemental sacred beasts, the celestial emperor's incarnation, or the 4 Khanate cardinal treasures, although they still maintained their combat strength, their auras became more and more sluggish. Obviously, after a long battle with fiend ancestor Rahu, it was not easy for them. Feng Zichen's situation was not good. On the other hand, the situation on fiend ancestor Rahu's side was completely different. After a long battle, not only did fiend ancestor Rahu not show any fatigue, but it also made him more energetic. It was as if the more he fought, the braver he became. In fact, fiend ancestor Rahu was indeed braver as he fought. But this was not a good thing. The more energetic fiend ancestor Rahu was, the worse his situation was. His combat strength was completely obtained by burning his origin. However, the more he burned his origin, the greater the damage to himself. The current fiend ancestor Ra's combat strength did not decline. Instead, it became stronger. This undoubtedly meant that he burned more of his origin. Fiend ancestor Rahu could not hold on any longer. Fiend ancestor Rahu understood his situation very well. He knew that if he continued to fight like this, there was a high chance that he would be suppressed by the other party. And during this period, he also had many opportunities to withdraw. After all, his strength was there. If he wanted to leave, with the vastness of the primordial world, who could stop him? Not even Tao ancestor Hongjun. However, fiend ancestor Rahu did not want to leave. Although it was dangerous to stay here, it could also let him see the hope of a breakthrough. Every time he was between life and death, Fiend Ancestor Rahu could faintly see the hope of a breakthrough. He had been trapped in the primordial chaos realm for too long. He was too eager to break through. Now there was an opportunity in front of him. Even if he had to risk his life, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was unwilling to give up. If it were anyone else, losing so much of their innate origin, not to mention breaking through, even maintaining their original strength, would be considered burning incense. But Fiend Ancestor Rahu did not care. For someone like him who was at a bottleneck, the origin was obviously not as important as breaking through. If the origin was gone, he could refine it again. However, once he missed the opportunity to break through, it would be difficult to find it again. Therefore, he was still unable to make up his mind to leave, so he kept delaying it. It's about time. In the middle of the battle, Feng Zichen found some time and secretly estimated the time. He felt that Fiend Ancestor Rahu was about to reach his limit. Therefore, he decided to use his final trump card to deliver a fatal blow to Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Chaos Baleful Aura, kill for me. With a thought, Feng Zichen established a connection with the Panga deity. Then, he manipulated the Panga deity to use the chaotic evil chi extracted from the primordial ferocious beast as a sword and slashed at the demon Ancestor Rahu. A sword that split the sky. This was Feng Zichen's strongest swordsmanship and also his strongest technique. Because he observed Panga's creation of the world, his sword momentum carried a trace of heaven-splitting Tao, so it was named Split the Sky. The power of this sword was endless, and it was enough to kill enemies of a higher realm. In addition, Feng Zichen's sword was refined from the Chaos Baleful Aura from the Chaos Fiend God at his peak, causing the power of this sword to soar. This was the trump card that Feng Zichen used to deal with the saints. If he was not facing Fiend Ancestor Rahu, he would not use it all. In the distant, boundless starry sky, God Pangu suddenly stood up. He formed a sword with his right hand and pointed at Fiend Ancestor Rahu from afar. Chi! A cold light appeared on his fingertip. It was as black as ink and emitted an aura that could destroy everything. Then this cold light became brighter and bigger. It shot out from Pangu's fingertip and gradually turned into an arc-shaped sword light that traversed hundreds of millions of miles in the starry sky. Whoosh, the boundless sword energy tore through the air. It stirred up a boundless sword momentum. It was vast and mighty, as if it could split the sky and earth, and it headed straight for Fiend Ancestor Rahu. When the sword light approached, Fiend Ancestor Rahu, who was fighting fiercely with the five-element sacred beasts, felt his hair stand on end. A great sense of fear rose in his heart. Then, without waiting for him to react, he saw the sword light break through the air and ruthlessly slash his body, cutting his broken body in half at the waist. Not good. There's danger. It was also at this moment that Fiend Ancestor Rahu realized what had happened, but it was obviously too late. He had been cut in half by the sudden attack of the sword light. His upper body and lower body were separated, and he was thrown high into the air by the impact of the sword light. How is it possible? Even though it had already happened, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was still in disbelief. He looked at his lower body that was left on the spot with a blank face, his eyes full of shock. His physical body was comparable to a connate cardinal treasure. Even if its strength had weakened under the attacks of everyone and was not as strong as before, it should not have been cut in half so easily. Why? Fiend Ancestor Rahu looked at the opposite side with a puzzled expression. But what he saw were also 5 dumbfounded faces. Obviously, the 5-element sacred beasts did not know what was going on either. At this moment, not to mention Fiend Ancestor Rahu, even the 5-element sacred beasts and Hao Ian who were fighting with him, as well as the saint incarnations and chaos demon gods who had to pay attention to this place even though they were fighting to the death, were all stunned. What kind of attack was this? Why was it so strong? The strength of Fiend Ancestor Rahu's physical body had been fully demonstrated in the intense battle earlier. No one doubted that even the ancestral Magus Emperor Jiang Fusheng was far inferior to Fiend Ancestor Rahu in terms of physical body. but such a powerful physical body had been cut in half by a sword. This was too strong. Everyone was shocked and could not help but feel a little scared. If this sword had cut their bodies, what would have happened? They would probably have been killed directly. Thinking of this, while the saint incarnations felt a chill in their hearts, they looked at great Emperor Ziwei vaguely. They had clearly seen that this sword light had slashed out from the boundless starry sky. Great Emperor Ziwei. He really hit it well. If Fiend Ancestor Rahu hadn't come out to take the blame, I'm afraid who would have been killed by this sword light? The expressions of the saint incarnations were a little ugly. There was no other reason. It was because they had already figured out the reason why Feng Zichen had hidden this sword light. This was obviously used to deal with them. After all, if Fiend Ancestor Rahu had not appeared, only the saints in the primordial world could threaten great emperors away. In that case, wasn't his purpose obvious? Close. Although Fiend Ancestor Rahu was very puzzled, he also knew that now was not the time to think about this. It was more important to recover from his injuries. Fiend Ancestor Rahu's speed could not be said to be slow. While everyone was stunned, he directly put away his severed lower body and tried to reassemble his physical body. But it was obvious that he had failed. There was a layer of faint black gas lingering around the wound that could not be removed. It was constantly eroding his vitality. Not only did it prevent him from reassembling his body, but it also further worsened his injuries. If this layer of black gas was not removed, it would not be long before he died due to the destruction of his vitality. Chapter 595. Chaos Baleful Aura. Shocked, demon ancestor Rahu almost gritted his teeth and said the origin of the black aura on his body word by word. How could he, who had a deep relationship with the chaos fiend god, not recognize the chaos baleful aura? One had to know that controlling the baleful aura was one of the methods that the fiend path was proud of. Demon ancestor Rahu had never dreamed that one day he would be defeated by the method that he was proud of. The quality of the chaos baleful aura on his body was high, far surpassing all the types of baleful aura he had seen before. From this, it could be seen that the strength of its owner was definitely far beyond imagination. At this moment, demon ancestor Rahu understood that his body was doomed to be devoured by the chaos baleful aura. Not only that, after devouring his body, the chaos baleful aura might even take advantage of the connection and corrode his innate indestructible true spirit. That was a fatal matter. If the body was gone, he could still condense it again by paying a price. However, if the innate indestructible true spirit was gone, it meant that he had fallen. It would take a long time to accumulate the strength to return. Therefore, the most important thing now was to abandon the body. Demon ancestor Rahu was also a decisive person. Thinking of a danger, he immediately made a decision. He did not care about his almost invincible body. He directly cut off the connection between him and the body, escaped the innate indestructible true spirit, and abandoned it. Let's go. A ray of light rose from demon ancestor Rahu's forehead and turned into his appearance. It was demon ancestor Rahu's foundation, the innate indestructible true spirit. What's going on? Why did demon ancestor Rahu release his true spirit? Everyone looked at demon ancestor Rahu in confusion. They had no idea what demon ancestor Rahu had experienced. They only saw that after demon ancestor Rahu retracted his broken body, he suddenly released his true spirit. In their eyes, this was a completely suicidal thing to do. How important was the innate indestructible true spirit? It was the foundation of one's life. If it was destroyed by others, then one's life would come to an end. Directly exposing the innate indestructible true spirit in front of others and in front of the enemy, how was this different from suicide? No, it was not necessarily suicide. Perhaps demon ancestor Rahu was provoking him. He thought that the enemy could not cause him any harm, so he dared to release the innate indestructible true spirit in public. You're courting death." With this thought in mind, everyone was enraged. Immediately, they unleashed their strongest attacks at Rahu. "You bastards!" Seeing the group charge over, fiend ancestor Rahu cursed loudly. He no longer attacked as fiercely as before. Instead, he switched from offense to defense as he carefully defended himself. Even after losing his body, Rahu's combat strength did not decrease by much. However, the innate, indestructible true spirit was ultimately not a physical body. In terms of defense, it was far from comparable to the innate, indestructible true spirit. Most likely, it would be smashed into smithereens after taking a few hits from the other party. Therefore, fiend ancestor Rahu could not help but feel somewhat restrained when he attacked. He gradually fell into a disadvantage. On the other side of the battlefield, the Chaos Fiend Celestial, who was fighting the Saints' incarnations, had an interesting expression when he saw Rahu's innate, indestructible, true spirit escape from his body. Others might not be able to recognize the origin of the chaotic evil chi, but how could they not? This was clearly a method used by their fellow Taoists to erode the primordial world. However, he did not expect that it would be used by the living beings of the primordial world to deal with them. This kind of feeling was quite awkward. Poor fellow. While feeling awkward in their hearts, the Chaos Fiend Celestial looked at Feng Zichen, the mastermind behind the scenes, with cold gazes. How could the Chaos Fiend Celestial's things be so easy to take? He would definitely pay the price. Today, Feng Zichen used the chaotic evil chi to deal with fiend ancestor Rahu. Although he succeeded in one fell swoop, he also formed karma with the owner of the chaotic evil chi. When the great calamity arose again in the future, he would definitely be settled with today's karma. At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was besieging fiend ancestor Rahu, suddenly shivered for some reason. He felt a chill all over his body, as if he was being stared at by some great existence. But that feeling, it came quickly and left quickly as well. By the time Feng Zichen reacted, that feeling had already disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Feng Zichen hurriedly used the power of the Celestial Emperor's incarnation, which was comparable to the 12th level of primordial chaos, to check carefully, but he did not find anything unusual. Suddenly, Feng Zichen turned around and saw the expressions of the saints' incarnations, as well as the indifferent eyes of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. After thinking about it carefully, Feng Zichen guessed that it was because of the chaotic evil spirit that they were afraid of him, which led to the current situation. Perhaps the chill that rose in his heart had something to do with their fear. After all, anyone who was targeted by 5 saints and 9 Chaos Fiend Celestial would feel their scalp go numb and their heart turn cold. After all, his realm was too low, and the level he came into contact with was far from the level of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. So Feng Zichen did not think of the hidden dangers of the chaotic evil chi. This was not a bad thing. After all, with his current strength, even if he knew about this matter, he could not solve it. Therefore, it was better to be ignorant. At least, he would not be worried. Anyway, under the protection of Pangu, the mysterious Chaos Fiend Celestial could not kill Feng Zichen in the primordial world. Just as Feng Zichen was exploring the reason for the inexplicable discomfort in his body, the battle came to an end. Without the protection of his strong physical body, demon ancestor Rahu was no match for the joint forces of everyone. After his innate, indestructible true spirit was shattered several times, his strength finally fell to the bottom. He could not take it anymore. It was also at this time that demon ancestor Rahu felt that his life was threatened and had the thought of leaving. Therefore, he used the most powerful magic of the demon sect, self-destruction. Damn it, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Explode for me. After condensing the innate, indestructible, true spirit again, demon ancestor Rahu made up his mind and directly detonated the physical body that he had abandoned. As soon as he finished speaking, demon ancestor Rahu's body that had been broken into 2 exploded with a loud bang. Terrifying power leaked out, and stirred up the boundless wind and clouds. Demon ancestor Rahu's physical body was comparable to a connate cardinal treasure. In addition to his origin, if he self-destructed, how powerful would the power be? One had to know a long time ago, before demon ancestor Rahu attained the Tao. Under his self-destruction, he almost destroyed the entire Western land, causing it to be in a state of desolation. The current him was more than 100 times stronger than before. The consequences of this self-destruction could be imagined. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, a huge force that could destroy the world spread out in all directions with demon ancestor Rahu's physical body as the center. The first to bear the brunt was the supreme precept domain that suppressed demon ancestor Rahu. It did not even last a breath before it was torn into pieces by the terrifying force. Then, it was the 3 connate cardinal treasures that suppressed demon ancestor Rahu. However, they only lasted for a moment before they were sent flying by the terrifying force. Bastard! How dare he self-destruct here? At this moment, Feng Zichen, Hao Ian, and the others were about to go crazy with anger. What was this place? It was the center of the primordial world where the world tree was. It could be said to be connected to the heavenly court and the underworld court. Demon ancestor Rahu self-destructed here. If he was not careful, the primordial world would be destroyed. They originally thought that since this place was so important, demon ancestor Rahu would not know about it. Then, he would not use such a method like self-destruction. However, they did not expect that they had overestimated demon ancestor Rahu. In his madness, he would do anything. While cursing demon ancestor Rahu in their hearts, Feng Zichen, Hao Yin, and the other 3, along with the 5-element sacred beasts, rushed to the center of the explosion at the same time, trying their best to weaken the power generated by demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction. It was not that they did not want to escape, but they could not. If they saw that the situation was not good, they would escape directly and let the power leak out. Then, the world tree that was rooted here would definitely be destroyed by the power generated by the self-destruction at the first moment, causing a series of disasters. Then, the entire primordial world would be affected by the power generated by demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction, turning into a wasteland that was even more serious than the Western land. All kinds of disasters added together would definitely cause an even greater disaster. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was an apocalyptic crisis. It cannot be said that. The immeasurable calamity would descend early because of this, and all living beings of the primordial world would be finished together. Therefore, Feng Zichen and the others felt that they could not retreat. Even if they had to use their lives, they could not retreat. Among the 9 of them, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation was the strongest. Therefore, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation stood at the front to withstand the most powerful impact. And behind him were the 5 elemental sacred beasts. They had joined forces to conjure the connate cardinal treasure, the 5 elemental flags of the 5 directions, so as to maintain the connate 5 elemental grand array with all their might, so as to reduce the impact of Rahu's self-destruction. Zhoxing Map, Little Mount Buzhou, Meluo Heaven's Primordial Pagoda, and the Human Tao Imperial Seal, come over me. While gritting their teeth and persevering, Feng Zichen and the others also summoned back the 3 connate cardinal treasures that had been sent elsewhere earlier. Even the Human Tao Imperial Seal that was fighting the world-destroying Millstone and the unknown Long Banner was summoned back by Feng Zichen to offset the power. Something's not right. At the center of the explosion, Feng Zichen gradually realized that something was wrong. Although the power of demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction was strong, it was not as strong as he had imagined. At the very least, it had not reached the point where they could not withstand it. However, it made sense. Before the self-destruction, demon ancestor Rahu had already been seriously injured. His physical body had been broken, and his innate origin had almost been burned to ashes. His strength was far from being comparable to his peak. There was not much left. Under such circumstances, even if the power of the self-destruction was still very strong, there was a limit to it. If someone risked their life to resist at this moment, there was a high chance that the power of his self-destruction and the damage to the primordial world would be controlled within a certain range. F***CK. Damned demon ancestor. Did he plan this in advance? At this moment, Feng Zichen gradually figured it out. He felt that all of this had been planned by demon ancestor Rahu in advance. After all, demon ancestor Rahu was not a lunatic. Why would he suddenly want to destroy the primordial world? What good would it do him? Not to mention that the heavenly Tao, ancestor Hongjun, and the saints would fight him to the death. Even the chaos fiend god might not allow him to do so. Destroying the primordial world was a thankless task for him. Demon ancestor Rahu was not a fool. Why would he do that? Therefore, demon ancestor Rahu had calculated that everyone would use their lives to minimize the damage caused by his self-destruction and prevent anything from happening to the primordial world. F***CK. F***CK. Demon ancestor Rahu, I'm not done with you. Thinking of how demon ancestor Luo had not forgotten to plot against them even at such a critical moment to avenge their encirclement, Feng Zichen's heart was burning with anger. He wished he could burn Luo's bones and scatter his ashes. Unfortunately, even though Feng Zichen hated demon ancestor Rahu to the core, he could not settle the score with him at this moment. Protecting the primordial world was more important. It was true that a gentleman could be bullied, God Pangu suppress. Afraid that the Tree of World would be affected by the aftermath of the self-destruction, Feng Zichen summoned God Pangu. With the power of the 9th level of primordial chaos and the means left behind by the heavenly Tao, he protected the Tree of World with all his strength. Rumble. In the void that no one could see, God Pangu suddenly stretched out his huge arms from the boundless void to the primordial world and firmly protected the Tree of World. Just as Feng Zichen and the others were struggling to suppress the power of demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction, the demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction appeared. His innate, indestructible, true spirit slowly emerged and calmly put away the innate cardinal treasure, the world-destroying millstone, and the unknown long banner before disappearing. This time, the demon ancestor Rahu's loss was not small. The body that could be said to be the number one in the primordial world was completely gone. If he wanted to recover, he did not know how much price and time it would take. Even the connate immortal true spirit had been shattered dozens of times and needed a long time to recover. However, it was not that he did not gain any benefits. At the very least, he saw the hope of a breakthrough. He believed that after this, he only needed to go into seclusion for a period of time to see the opportunity for a breakthrough. However, the breakthrough of demon ancestor Rahu, that would be a long time later. The premise for him to break through was that he had to at least reassemble his body, then replenish his innate origin, and finally recover his innate immortal true spirit. To break through, his body, origin, and true spirit had to be in the peak state. Judging from demon ancestor Rahu's current situation, it would take a long time to recover all of these. At the very least, it would be difficult to see his figure for a few eons. Has demon ancestor Rahu gone mad? The moment they saw demon ancestor Rahu self-destruct, the saint incarnations were really shocked, thinking that the primordial world was going to be destroyed. Fortunately, Feng Zichen and the others risked their lives to resist, which made them heave a long sigh of relief. But after that, there was endless fear. What if they could not stop it? Worried about this, the quasi-saint incarnation looked at the chaos demon god with a gaze that gradually became a little crazy. They had to get rid of these chaos demon gods as soon as possible so that they could free up their hands to go and support Great Emperor Ziwei. Chapter 596. Retreat. The chaos demon god was not a fool. After the self-destruction of demon ancestor Rahu, he realized that the situation was not right. Without hesitation, he retreated and disappeared into the chaos beyond the heavens. You're lucky to have left quickly. After confirming that the chaos demon god had really left, the quasi-sage Avatar complained and rushed toward the Tree of World to help great Emperor Zue and the others resist the destructive power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The quasi-sage avatars rushed over. The situation is not looking good. The quasi-sage avatar frowned when he saw that the power was still leaking out despite Feng Zichen and the others resisting with all their strength. Let's do it. Even if we give up this avatar, we can't let this power spread to the primordial world. The 12 saints hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, they disintegrated their Tao bodies and turned into the purest origin. They rushed toward the center of demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction to weaken the power of the self-destruction. Compared to Feng Zichen and the others, the quasi-sage avatar was undoubtedly much more decisive because it was an avatar. In order to block the power of the self-destruction, it sacrificed itself. After all, as long as the original body was not destroyed, the avatar could be formed at any time. Therefore, their lives were not as noble as Feng Zichen and the others. After receiving the help of the quasi-sage avatar, the pressure on Feng Zichen and the others was greatly reduced. They could spare some energy and calmly set up their means to weaken the power of the self-destruction. After a long time, with everyone's joint efforts, the power of demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction gradually subsided. Feng Zichen and the rest of the 9 people also revealed themselves. However, at this time, they were not in good condition. They were all seriously injured. Among them, in particular, Feng Zichen, Hao Qian, Gao Qin, and Lu Eyes were the most seriously injured. It could be said that their lives were in danger. After all, when demon ancestor Rahu self-destructed, the celestial emperor avatar formed by Feng Zichen, Hao Qian, and the others was the most powerful. Therefore, they stood at the forefront and faced the most terrifying impact. It was only natural that they would be injured the most. After the self-destruction subsided, the 4 of them could not even maintain their celestial emperor avatars due to their severe injuries. They disintegrated in the air and turned into 4 people who fell in the air. Their faces were pale, and they vomited blood. In fact, there were wisps of innate origin. It flowed out from their wounds. This was the sign of Tao transformation, and it actually appeared on Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other 3. From this, one could see how serious their injuries were. At Feng Zichen's side, Zhou too powerlessly fell to the ground. The spirit light around his body was incomparably dim, and it was clear that he had suffered heavy injuries. Small Mount Buzhou had also become bumpy. If it weren't for its special material, it would have been directly blown to pieces by the power of the explosion. The human Tao Imperial Seal situation looked much better, no injuries visible on the surface, but this wasn't the case. It looked fine on the surface, but that was because its material was special. It was formed from Panga's fingerbone, so it was naturally unimaginably hard. However, inside, the divinity of the human Tao Imperial Seal was almost completely destroyed. It could even be said that without using the power of the Chaos Bead, the current human Tao Imperial Seal was an empty shell. It had the level of a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, but there was no trace of the power of a Khanate Cardinal Treasure. Other than being especially hard and heavy, it was almost useless. Just the damage to these 3 Cardinal Treasures was enough to make Feng Zichen's heart ache. It would probably take a long time to repair them. Not to mention, he himself had suffered a fatal injury. Tragic, tragic, tragic to the extreme. It could be said that this injury was the most serious Feng Zichen's injury since he came to the primordial world. It was enough to threaten his life. Feng Zichen's injury was so serious, so Hao Tian, Gao Qin, and Lu Eyes naturally didn't have it easy. This was especially so for Hao Tian. His injury was the most serious among the 4 of them. It was so serious that Feng Zichen felt that Hao Tian wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He would be forced to reincarnate to recover from the injury to his essence. There was a reason why Hao Tian's injury was the most serious. Although he wasn't as powerful as Feng Zichen, his status was higher than Feng Zichen's. At this time, it had to be the special nature of the celestial Thearcha's incarnation. The four of them joined forces to summon the celestial Thearch's incarnation through the power of the heavenly gods. Thus, the four of them naturally had different levels of control over the celestial Thearch's incarnation. This was because the celestial Thearch's incarnation was formed from the power of the heavenly gods. Thus, wasn't determined by power, but by the power of the heavenly gods. Among the four of them, Hautian had the greatest control over the celestial Thearch's incarnation. Thus, when the celestial Thearch's incarnation was attacked, Hautian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. As the saying went, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Hautian's power was greater than that of Feng Zichen and the other two, so he naturally had to bear more damage. Therefore, Hautian's injuries were the most serious. However, even though that was the case, Hautian was indeed a little unlucky. He was completely used by Feng Zichen to resist the lightning. His power was great, and he also had the greatest control over the celestial Thearch's incarnation. However, the remaining three people were only one person in name. The three of them joined forces. They directly made Hautian a figurehead. In other words, although Hautian was bearing the greatest risk, the control of the celestial Thearch's incarnation was in the hands of Feng Zichen. He was completely taking the risk for Feng Zichen. Therefore, Hautian was really unlucky to have met such a troublemaker like Feng Zichen. Compared to the miserable appearance of Feng Zichen, Hautian, and the other three, the injuries of the five-element sacred beasts, although also very serious, were obviously not fatal. The celestial Thearch's incarnation was at the front and withstood the greatest damage. The five elements sacred beasts were behind him, so their injuries were undoubtedly less severe. Moreover, the five-element sacred beast had been desperately maintaining the connate five elements and five directions formation, which also made it easier for them to resist the impact of the demon ancestor's self-explosion compared to Feng Zichen and the others. Yes, it was also because of this reason. The injuries suffered by the connate five elements and five directions flags were much lighter than those suffered by Zhouxing and the others. On the other hand, the Tree of World, because everyone focused on protecting it, other than some broken branches, it did not suffer much damage. Whoosh! Thousands of connate spiritual treasures appeared in the void, each turning into a ray of divine light and disappearing into the void. The celestial Thearch's incarnation disappeared, and the myriad treasures formation lost its carrier. The connate spiritual treasures that responded to the call of the celestial Thearch's incarnation scattered in the void. As everything calmed down, these connate spiritual treasures completed their mission, and there was no need to continue to stay. They scattered and returned to where they came from. Let's go. Worried that their injuries would worsen, and also worried that someone would take advantage of the situation, Feng Zichen, Hautian, and the others nodded to the five-element sacred beasts and quickly returned to the boundless starry sky and the heaven realm. Bang! After returning to the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen's injuries could no longer be suppressed. A violent evil aura surged out of his body, causing countless cracks to appear on his body in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wisps of origin followed the cracks on Feng Zichen's body and couldn't stop gushing out. Ahem! Damn demon ancestor! After mobilizing the origin power of the Emperor's Star and temporarily suppressing the evil aura in his body, Feng Zichen couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Too ruthless. Demon ancestor Rahu was too ruthless. Although the destructive power of the self-explosion was shocking, it was not enough to endanger their lives. At most, they would be seriously injured and unable to attack for hundreds of yuan Wei. What was truly dangerous to Feng Zichen and the others' lives was the overwhelming evil aura. One had to know that the body refining method of the demonic path was somewhat different from the mainstream of the untainted land. It was the master of collecting evil aura to refine the body. This caused a large amount of evil aura to accumulate in the bodies of the demonic path's experts. As for demon ancestor Ra, the strength of his physical body could be said to be the best in the untainted land. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the evil aura accumulated in his body was. With the self-explosion of demon ancestor Rahu, the evil aura that had accumulated in his body for many years also erupted at the same time. It rushed towards Feng Zichen and the others like an overwhelming force. The power of the self-explosion, the terrifying evil aura, and the monstrous demonic aura exploded in one day. This caused Feng Zichen and the others to suffer fatal injuries. Demon ancestor Rahu. Today's cause, tomorrow's effect. We're not done with this matter. After saying this in his heart, Feng Zichen shifted his attention to the Luais and Gaochen incarnations. Even he couldn't hold on, let alone these two incarnations. In Feng Zichen's eyes, the Luais and Gaochen incarnations were filled with evil aura that was constantly eroding their innate origins. In fact, there were even wisps of demonic aura looming on their bodies. If they hadn't mobilized the origin power of the South Pole Star and Gaochen Star to suppress their injuries in time, they would have been eroded by the evil aura long ago. They would either become mindless devils or directly die from the Tao. However, in their current situation, even with the suppression of the star origin, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long without external help. In Feng Zichen's heart, the Gaochen incarnations could fall and use them to plan the future, but nothing could happen to the Luais. With a thought, Feng Zichen had an idea. On the Gaochen star, the Gaochen Great Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he forcefully gathered a trace of spiritual power and threw the human Tao Supreme Treasure, Imperial Seal Lu, to Fuxi in the lower domain. He also instructed Fuxi to nourish the Imperial Seal Lu with the Heavenly Emperor's imperial energy to restore its destroyed divinity. After doing all this, the Gaochen Great Emperor suddenly closed his eyes and disintegrated his Tao body, turning into the purest innate origin power. Part of it fused with the Gaochen star's origin power, while the other part flowed silently to the South Pole Star and fused with the Luai's incarnation's body. On the South Pole Star, the Luai's incarnation of the South Pole Longevity Emperor had his aura skyrocketed after receiving the Gaochen Great Emperor's innate origin power. He suppressed the rising evil aura in his body. Then, the Luai's incarnation suddenly took a step forward. He came to the deepest part of the Nine Heavens lightning region and activated the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Eye of Tribulation, to attract endless innate lightning, to cleanse his body and destroy the evil aura and demonic aura in his body. With the fall of the Gaochen Great Emperor, the heavens and earth reacted and endless blood rain fell. Whoosh! The blood rain fell and covered the entire wilderness. Violent winds howled, sweeping up boundless sorrow. Rumble. There was also the rumbling of thunder that lasted for a long time, as if heaven and earth were crying. Heaven and earth mourned the fall of a great emperor. For a time, all living beings looked at the boundless rain of blood. They felt as if they had lost something in their hearts, and they could not help but shed tears. Humans. The Human Emperor Palace. Fuxi looked at the human Tao imperial seal in his hand with a strange expression. Especially when the vision of the North Star Emperor's death appeared. His expression became even weirder. The Gaochen was dead. Fuxi did not look sad at all, because he did not believe that the great Taoist priest would fall so easily. For the great emperor to fall at this time, there must be some unknown plan. Fuxi was not the only one with such thoughts. Almost all the mighty figures in the primordial world thought so. After all, the North Star Emperor had a history of faking his death to escape. After dealing with the incarnation, Feng Zichen did not dare to delay. He immediately let go of his mind and merged with the god Pangu. With his power, he mobilized the origin of the boundless starry sky to destroy the murderous aura in his body, try to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible. Rumble. Boundless starlight was emitted from Zhoxing and billions of stars. Under the control of the god Pangu, they gathered toward the Emperor's star, forming a huge star vortex around it. At the same time, the god Pangu was also doing his best to absorb the chaotic aura from the chaos outside the realm, so that he could transform it into the purest origin of heaven and earth to make up for Feng Zichen's loss of connate origin. Such a huge commotion. Naturally, it alarmed the mighty figures from all over the world. They all raised their heads and looked at the center of the boundless starry sky, where the Emperor's star was located. There, a star vortex that occupied most of the sky was rotating on its own. It was abnormally beautiful and attracted everyone's attention. However, when everyone saw such a beautiful scene, their eyes were not filled with fascination but fear. The power emitted by the star vortex that occupied half of the sky was too strong. It was no exaggeration to say that even a master who had just entered the primordial chaos realm would be torn to pieces in no time. That was also true. How could the star vortex formed by gathering the power of the entire boundless starry sky not be powerful? Feng Zichen did not do this without a purpose. He was deterring and also warning. He was warning those who had ulterior motives to put away their thoughts that they should not have. Now, the quasi-sage incarnations had collectively sacrificed themselves and died. The Heavenly Emperor and even the three gods were either dead or injured. It was hard to guarantee that no one would have the thought of taking advantage of the situation at this time. Therefore, Feng Zichen chose to show off his muscles at this moment and tell the world that even if he was seriously injured, he still had the strength to easily suppress the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Looking at the powerful star vortex, no one would dare to have any other thoughts. In fact, it was the same. After seeing the star vortex, some fellows with ulterior motives hurriedly put away their thoughts and focused on observing the star vortex. They tried to see through the mysteries of the stars so that they could deduce a supreme magic. Chapter 597. The star jade was formed by gathering the power of the entire boundless starry sky, and it contained endless creation. If one could comprehend some of its mysteries, it would be beneficial to create cultivation techniques or deduce magical powers. Therefore, to those with ulterior motives, the star jade was undoubtedly dangerous. But to those with an open mind, the star jade was a great opportunity. Jade pool of the 33rd heaven. Puff! As soon as Hao Yin returned, he spat out a mouthful of blood before he could say anything. At the same time, a raging demonic flame rose from his body, and it was unusually horrifying. Within the demonic flames, strands of baleful aura appeared and tightly wrapped around Hao Tian's body. It seemed to have completely merged with Hao Tian, making Hao Tian look even more terrifying. Sizzle! Hao Yan's blood fell on the ground, but there was no divine light or holy aura. Instead, there was a sizzling sound, and a hole was eroded in the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Hao Yan's blood was no longer pale gold. It had turned dark red, similar to the blood of the demon ancestor, and it was mixed with wisps of evil spirit. Obviously, his blood had been completely contaminated by the evil spirit. The demonic flame rose all over his body, and his blood was also contaminated by the evil spirit. Hao Yan's situation showed that he had been completely eroded by the evil spirit of the demon ancestor Rahu. He was beyond saving. Now, there were only two paths in front of Hao Yan. One was to grit his teeth and persevere until his spiritual wisdom completely disappeared, and he completely degenerated into a demon without any spiritual wisdom. The other was to give up everything and enter the reincarnation cycle, using the power of reincarnation to destroy the evil spirit that was tightly entangled with his origin. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Empress Jade Pool, who was resting in the Jade Pool, was really shocked when she saw Hao Yan's appearance. Then, almost subconsciously, Jade Pool rushed to Hao Yan's side and used all kinds of creation techniques to try to improve Hao Yan's situation. She even separated part of her congenital origin and injected it into Hao Yan's body, hoping to help him. But Jade Pool's actions were destined to be useless. The demonic chi had already merged with Hao Yan's innate origin. Even if Dao ancestor Hong Jun came personally, he would not be able to separate them, let alone Yao Qi. Jade Pool, don't waste your efforts. I know my own situation. The evil spirit has invaded my origin, and there's no saving me. The only way is to enter the reincarnation cycle. After absorbing Jade Pool's congenital origin, Hao Ian's injuries didn't improve, but his spirit was undoubtedly much more uplifted, and he could speak normally. Your Majesty, what should we do? Yes, let's go find Master. Master's divine abilities are boundless. He will definitely have a way to save you. Hao Ian's Jade Pool, Jade Pool, Jade Pool, Jade Pool suddenly, Jade Pool, and Pool. But immediately, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became excited. He carried Hao Ian and was about to go to the chaos outside the heavens to find out Ancestor Hong Jun to save him. But before he could do anything, Hao Ian reached out and stopped him. It's useless. My injuries were caused by demon ancestor Luo Ho. Even if Master personally intervenes, it's useless. Shaking his head, Hao Ian said calmly. Death was approaching, but he didn't have any fear. Instead, he felt that his state of mind was gradually improving, becoming more and more compatible with the status of Celestial Emperor. In this state, Hao Ian felt that his vision was constantly improving. Many things that he didn't understand before were now gradually figured out. Things that he couldn't see before became clearer. Hao Ian faintly saw his future and felt that his death might not be a bad thing. Perhaps it was his opportunity that made his Tao reach perfection. The continuous improvement of his state of mind made Hao Ian closer to the essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, he seemed to be drowned in the endless mysteries of Tao. He gradually became addicted to it and didn't want to wake up. In the outside world, his eyes were gradually losing their luster, transforming into Tao. Hao Ian's situation was similar to transforming into Tao. It was very dangerous. If he didn't do well, he would be assimilated by Tao and completely silent. It would be very troublesome to resurrect him in the future. How could it be easy to snatch someone from the hands of Tao? Between life and death, there were great terrors and great opportunities. It was not just a matter of words. Hao Ian was on the verge of death this time. He glimpsed Tao between life and death and was able to come into contact with the essence of heaven and earth. This was originally a great opportunity that could allow one to obtain the ticket to enter the realm of primordial chaos. However, Hao Ian's current state was too poor. It was not enough to support him to obtain this opportunity. If Hao Ian was at his peak, with this opportunity, he would be able to cultivate to the realm of half-primordial chaos in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, now he was about to die. Even if they were faced with a heaven-shaking opportunity, they still lacked the strength to do so. Your Majesty, wake up! Wake up! Seeing that Hao Ian was about to be lost in the endless mysteries of Tao and gradually be devoured, Yao Qi, who was beside him, found that something was wrong and quickly woke him up. Huff! Huff! After being woken up by Yao Qi, Hao Ian couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If his mind had really been assimilated by the great Tao, then his fate would have been much worse than now. Yao Qi, I have a hunch that entering the reincarnation tribulation this time might be where my opportunity lies. So, you don't have to worry about me at all. I'll be fine. On the contrary, when I return, my strength will definitely be one step higher, and thus reverse the current situation of the heavenly court. After coming back to his senses, Hao Tian hurriedly comforted Yao Qi, who had a worried look on her face. Your Majesty, after you leave, what will happen to the heavenly court? Under Hao Ian's comfort, Yao Qi gradually regained her calm and asked him about the heavenly court. After I enter the reincarnation cycle, all the matters of the heavenly court will be temporarily handed over to you. In the current heavenly court, the only one who still maintained peak combat strength, could control the situation, and was deeply trusted by Hao Ian was Yao Qi. Therefore, he did not hesitate to hand over the power of the heavenly court to Yao Qi. In fact, in the current heavenly court, the four supremes of heaven and earth had all been severely injured. It was almost an empty shell. Other than the great name, there was nothing worth mentioning. Therefore, it didn't matter who it was handed over to. Just as the two of them were talking, a majestic rain of blood suddenly fell between heaven and earth, and boundless sorrow reverberated in the air. A supremacy of heaven and earth had fallen. Cough, cough. It's Gaochen who has fallen. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Gaochen to be the first to fall and fall before me. However, with this royal brother of mine scheme, I'm afraid he's faking his death again. After coughing a few times, Hao Yin said with a smile. Obviously, he did not believe that Gaochen had fallen at all. All right, let's not talk about him. Yao Qi, after I enter the reincarnation cycle, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can go to Ziwei's star and ask Great Emperor Ziwei. After a pause, Hao Yin said to Yao Qi the four of them had suffered fatal injuries in the battle against demon ancestor Luo Ho. However, in Hao Yin's heart, the person with the greatest chance of survival was undoubtedly Great Emperor Ziwei. Among the four of them, he had the most honorable status, the strongest strength, and even had a Khanate treasure accompanying him. Even Hao Yin had to admit that Great Emperor Ziwei was more qualified than him to become the Celestial Emperor. If it weren't for a coincidence, the position of Celestial Emperor would not have fallen to him, but to someone else. Hao Yin would never believe that such a person would fall in this calamity. The movements in the boundless starry sky undoubtedly proved Hao Yin's guess that Great Emperor Ziwei had the confidence to recover from his injuries. As for Great Emperor Ziwei, although he did not get along with him, he was still one of the four supremes of the Celestial Court. He would not sit by and watch the Celestial Court have problems. Therefore, Hao Yin asked Yao Qi to seek his help when she encountered difficulties. As for worrying that he would seize power, don't joke. The power of the Celestial Court was not as important as recovering from his injuries. At least in the next calamity, Great Emperor Ziwei would have to spend his time recovering from his injuries. How could he be distracted by worldly matters? Okay, I'll remember. Yao Qi nodded and said after remembering Hao Yin's words in her heart. In that case, then I'll go. Smiling at Yao Qi, Hao Yin dispersed his innate Taoism aptitude, leaving only an innate indestructible true spirit to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The reincarnation of a celestial emperor was naturally extraordinary. It was completely different from the treatment of others. All the Daos of heaven and earth manifested together, opening up a reincarnation passage for him. At the same time, hundreds of millions of laws descended, turning into brilliant divine light that covered Hao Yin's body to protect his safety. Whoosh! After the fall of Great Emperor Gaochen, Celestial Emperor Hao Yin also fell. The rain of blood between heaven and earth became heavier and heavier. The entire primordial world was dyed with a touch of blood. The sorrow that could not be dissolved reverberated between heaven and earth, causing people to cry uncontrollably. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rumble! The wind howled and thunder rumbled. It was the sorrowful howl of heaven and earth, unable to bear the departure of the two supremes of heaven and earth. Has Hao Yin gone to face the calamity? On Ziwei's star, Feng Zichen, who was healing his injuries, sensed Hao Yin's situation and could not help but glance in the direction of Yao Qi, however. That was all. Right now, just as Hao Yin had said, it was more important to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, if someone took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of him, it would really become a joke. There was no time in the mountains, and there was no time in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it had been a Yuan Hui since the fall of Great Emperor Gaochen and Emperor Hao Yin. During this period, there was no calamity in the primordial world. The demonic path had completely gone into hiding. The world welcomed a long-awaited peace, and the myriad races were able to cultivate and recuperate. Everything was developing in a good direction. Of course, in this Yuan Hui club, there was one good thing that had to be mentioned. That was the great mediums of the primordial world had come out of seclusion one after another. Earlier, in order to deal with the possession of the chaos demon god, almost all the great mediums of the primordial world had entered seclusion. And as a long time had passed, these great mediums had gradually determined the outcome of the battle between them and the chaos demon god. Without a doubt, at this time, it would be very difficult for the chaos demon god who had not succeeded in possession to succeed. Therefore, these chaos demon gods who had failed in possession had become resources for the great mediums to advance further, creating a large number of experts for the primordial world. Those great mediums who had broken out of seclusion had their strength greatly improved. Although there was no existence at the level of origin chaos, most of them had entered the level of half-step origin chaos. It was believed that after a period of time, they would be able to digest what they had gained from devouring the remnant spirit of the chaos demon god. It would not be long before they could break through to the level of origin chaos. Of course, there were some unlucky ones among these great mediums. At this time, they were still possessed by the chaos demon god and completely replaced. Even some chaos demon gods did not reveal their identities after the successful possession. Instead, they chose to hide and continue to walk in the primordial world with the identity of a great medium, waiting for the future. None of these were impossible. Anyway, with the means of the chaos demon god, if they really replaced a person's identity, as long as they did not take the initiative to reveal it, outsiders would not be able to tell. However, although there were accidents, they were still in the minority. Most of them were great mediums who had greatly improved their strength. It was estimated that it would not be long before the strength of the primordial world ushered in a period of eruption. A large number of half-step origin experts, and even the real origin Daluo Jinxian, would be born. At that time, the primordial world would be particularly exciting. All the Taoist masters would come out and discuss Taoism in the primordial world, not allowing the sages to monopolize the limelight. Even Feng Zichen was about to make a breakthrough. In this battle with the demon ancestor Luo Ho, although he had been seriously injured and suffered a great loss, he had not gained nothing. At the very least, after this battle, he had a very deep understanding of the primordial chaos realm. He already had full confidence to break through the bottleneck and take the crucial half-step to be promoted from half-step primordial chaos to a true primordial chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. However, although he was confident, the timing of the breakthrough was not right. The premise for the breakthrough was that Feng Zichen's injuries had to be completely healed. Otherwise, all of this would be like the moon in the mirror, flowers in the water. It could be seen but not touched. The path ahead had been opened. Now, he just had to wait for Feng Zichen to recover from his injuries so that he could take that crucial step, attaining the Tao. However, this would have to wait. After all, Feng Zichen's injuries were too serious. Hao Yin was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and Gao Chen sacrificed himself to fight for a chance of survival for Luai's. From this, one could see how serious their injuries were. On this day, Feng Zichen woke up from his seclusion. He could not help but stretch his muscles and bones. It had been too long. It had been too long. He had been in the primordial world for a long time, but it was rare for him to cultivate in seclusion for such a long time. Fortunately, he was able to endure it. After resting for a while, Feng Zichen was about to continue cultivating in seclusion. Suddenly, he stopped and looked outside the star jade in shock. Someone had come to visit him. Chapter 598. This was a little strange. Ever since Feng Zichen came to Ziwei Star, other than Wang Shu and Ao Shui, no outsider had come here, especially at such a critical time. He was curious. Feng Zichen released his spiritual sense and looked outside. Why is it her? Seeing the person's true face, Feng Zichen was a little shocked. He never thought that the person who came was the Empress Yao Qi. He didn't have any concealment and just stood outside the star jade, curiously looking at everything around him. What is Yao Qi doing here? Looking away from Yao Qi, Feng Zichen silently thought about Yao Qi's purpose of coming here. In today's world, the great masters came out of seclusion one after another and suppressed the primordial world with peerless power. Not to mention the demon sects. Even some famous demons and ghosts didn't dare to show their faces at this time for fear of being killed. Therefore, the primordial world was incomparably peaceful at this time. Since the primordial world was peaceful and nothing major had happened, why did Yao Qi come to him? Poor Wei, Yao Qi is here to visit fellow Taoists away. Just as Feng Zichen was puzzled, Yao Qi outside saw that there was no response from the Star Jade for a long time and couldn't help but speak. Fellow Taoist, please come in. Hearing this, Feng Zichen didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly opened a passage and welcomed Yao Qi into the Ziwei Palace. Poor Wei is now seriously injured and can't personally welcome fellow Taoist. Yao Qi, I hope fellow Taoist will forgive me. In the Ziwei Palace, Feng Zichen released his spiritual sense and sent a voice transmission to Yao Qi. Fellow Taoist Ziwei is really joking. Poor Wei came uninvited and has already offended you. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, poor Wei is already very grateful. How can I blame fellow Taoist? Shaking her head, Yao Qi said apologetically, May I know why fellow Taoist is here today? After the two of them exchanged greetings for a while, Feng Zichen asked Yao Qi about her purpose of coming. If he was courteous to someone, he must have a request. Ever since Yao Qi came here, she had always put herself in a very low position. Obviously, he had something important to ask for her help. Fellow Taoist Wei, to tell you the truth, poor Wei is here because she has something important to ask of you. Yao Qi suddenly stood up and seriously bowed to Feng Zichen as she said, Fellow Taoist, please get up. You really shouldn't do this. If you have anything to say, just say it. If Ziwei is able to do it, I will definitely not refuse. Seeing Yao Qi kneel down, Feng Zichen was really scared and said repeatedly, The Celestial Emperor and the Celestial Emperor were one entity. His bow was equivalent to the Celestial Emperor's bow. If Feng Zichen accepted it, he would have to help the Jade Lake even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, it would be a loss of good fortune. Fellow Taoist Wei, His Majesty has been in the cycle of reincarnation for Yuanhui, and during this period, His Majesty has been struggling in the cycle of reincarnation, suffering all kinds of torment. Seeing him like this, I really couldn't bear it in my heart, so I decided to enter the cycle of reincarnation to experience the tribulation with him. It's better to have someone to accompany him than to struggle alone in the cycle of reincarnation. After bowing, Yao Qi said to Feng Zichen with a calm face, What? Hearing this, Feng Zichen was really shocked. He once thought that he had heard wrongly, or that Yao Qi was joking. However, looking at Yao Qi's calm face, it didn't seem like she was impulsive. Instead, she had gone through careful consideration before making the decision. Fellow Taoist Yao Qi, have you really decided? Won't you think about it again? After hesitating for a moment, Feng Zichen asked, I've made up my mind. Fellow Taoist, don't try to persuade me anymore. Moreover, before coming, I've already instructed that all the matters of the heavenly court will be handed over to fellow Taoists to handle. Yao Qi interrupted Feng Zichen's words of persuasion and said firmly. Since Yao Qi's attitude was so firm, Feng Zichen couldn't say anything more. Since fellow Taoist has made a decision in your heart, then I won't say anything. Instead, what does fellow Taoist want me to do for you? After a long silence, Feng Zichen asked. Yao Qi talked for a long time, but she didn't say what she wanted him to do for her. Soon, poor Wei will enter the cycle of reincarnation and experience the tribulation with His Majesty. Therefore, poor Wei wants fellow Taoists to protect me when I enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yao Qi bowed to Feng Zichen again and said slowly, It's just a matter of convenience. Poor Wei can agree. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be so polite. Shaking his head and sighing, Feng Zichen said helplessly, Thank you, fellow Taoist. Seeing Feng Zichen agree, Yao Qi's face showed some joy. After exchanging pleasantries with him for a while, she said goodbye and left. This matter is not easy to handle. After Yao Qi walked away, Feng Zichen said with some worry, With Yao Qi's strength, it was not difficult for her to enter the cycle of reincarnation and accompany Hao Tian to experience the tribulation. However, he was afraid that someone would take advantage of the critical moment when Yao Qi entered the cycle of reincarnation to plot against her so that she would not be able to meet Hao Tian. or even to deceive Yao Qi's perception and make her an enemy of Hao Tian. All of these things were very likely to happen. It was precisely because she was worried about this situation that Yao Qi came to Ziwei Star and asked Feng Zichen to protect her when she entered the cycle of reincarnation to prevent her from being plotted against. And this was exactly what Feng Zichen was worried about. If she was in her heyday, she naturally wouldn't be afraid of anyone. But the problem was that she was now in a seriously injured state, and her strength was much weaker than before. Fighting with others in such a situation would definitely aggravate his injuries. So, Feng Zichen didn't intend to agree at first. However, he suddenly thought of a legend in the future and agreed to Yao Qi's request. In this way, although Yao Qi was satisfied, she herself was roasting herself on the fire. Regret. That was impossible. She couldn't afford to lose that person. She had to complete what she had promised, even if she had tears in her eyes. Next, she could only hope that those conspirators would be tactful and not cause trouble when Yao Qi was reincarnating. Rumble. The Milky Way cosmic light array suddenly began to operate at full strength. Endless starlight gathered towards Ziwei Star, trying its best to heal Feng Zichen's injuries. Before Yao Qi entered the cycle of reincarnation, she could recover a little bit of her injuries. At least she could exert more strength. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. On this day, a huge movement suddenly came from the quiet and peaceful heavenly court. Boundless Tao laws appeared, and colorful lights covered half of the sky. After that, a phoenix danced in the sky, colorful clouds filled the sky, and other magical scenes appeared. Such a big movement naturally alarmed the entire primordial world. For a time, countless mighty figures raised their heads and looked at the heavenly court. Rumble. Just as everyone was thinking about what had happened in the heavenly court, a huge reincarnation passage suddenly appeared in the sky above the heaven realm. This is someone's going to reincarnate. It's Empress Yao Qi. It's her who is going to reincarnate. Under everyone's witness, Yao Qi's innate, indestructible, true spirit directly stepped into the reincarnation passage and was about to be reincarnated. However, at this moment, the void suddenly distorted on a large scale. A series of extremely mysterious divine powers shot out from it and blasted towards Yao Qi. Get lost. At the critical moment, Feng Zichen raised the Zhouxing painting and rolled it towards the distorted void. The void was directly flattened by a huge force, and the divine powers that attacked Yao Qi were also crushed. However, the person behind the attack was obviously unwilling to give up. In the blink of an eye, several divine powers blasted out. Go! In this regard, Feng Zichen did not stand on ceremony. He directly threw down the Zhouxing painting and evolved a vast star field, enveloping Yao Qi's true spirit to protect her reincarnation. Oof! Great Emperor Ziwei, you're seriously injured, but instead of recuperating, you come out to meddle in other people's business. Do you think your injuries are not serious enough? In the void, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Then, 3 hazy figures descended outside the boundless starry sky and confronted Feng Zichen from a distance. Incredible. 3 half-step primordial chaos existences. The primordial world is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are actually so many experts hiding among them. How should I address you, fellow Taoists? Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Feng Zichen asked with a smile. Obviously, these 3 half-step primordial chaos existences were powerful figures who had just broken out of seclusion. As for who they were, Feng Zichen did not know. First of all, they all used some kind of method to conceal their identities. Secondly, there were too many powerful figures in the primordial world. From the primordial age to the ancient age, countless years had passed. Who knew how many powerful figures had been born in the primordial world? Haha. In the face of Feng Zichen's question, the 3 sneered and did not speak. Obviously, they did not intend to reveal their identities. Attacking the Empress was not something to be proud of. If their identities were really exposed, they would definitely be ridiculed by the world and even be besieged by everyone. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile. Kill. Seeing that Yao Qi's innate indestructible true spirit was about to disappear from the reincarnation passage, the three finally could not hold back and decided to attack. Two of the three stepped forward together and blocked Feng Zichen's path. The other took the opportunity to attack Yao Qi's space-time acceleration. In response, Feng Zichen only silently chanted space-time acceleration in his heart. Suddenly, time began to flow rapidly in the area covered by the Zhoxing map, and Yao Qi's reincarnation speed also sped up. In the blink of an eye, she completely disappeared from the reincarnation passage. At this time, the half-step primordial chaos expert had just arrived near the Zhoxing map. Chaos. After Yao Qi reincarnated, Feng Zichen suddenly attacked the void and completely disrupted Yao Qi's heavenly secrets, making it impossible to calculate any information about her. After doing all this, Feng Zichen revealed a look of interest and looked at the three people who were a little stunned. Are you stupid? Unexpectedly, in this world, there was also the time acceleration. Feng Zichen also had an idea. The most important thing about Yao Qi's reincarnation was time. As long as she reincarnated fast enough, others would not have a chance to attack. Therefore, he thought of this move. You damn it. The three of them looked at Feng Zichen and were so angry that they could not speak. Then, they directly charged at him. Idiot. After cursing in a low voice, Feng Zichen did not even look at the three people who were charging at him. He directly turned around and returned to the Emperor's star. Bang! 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 The three of them had just rushed to the edge of the boundless starry sky when they were shocked into powder by the majestic star power. Then, before they could reassemble their bodies, a terrifying suction force came and pulled them into the depths of the boundless starry sky. They were suppressed and accompanied by the four great ferocious beasts. I thought I could catch a big fish. I didn't expect to only catch 3 small fish. However, it's better than nothing. With a wave of his hand, suppressing 3 half-step primordial chaos existences was just a trivial matter for Feng Zichen. After all, this was the boundless starry sky. Its mighty power was endless. Even if the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian came, he could not escape the fate of being suppressed, let alone 3 Daluo Jingxian. However, Feng Zichen was still a little disappointed about this. He originally thought that the one who attacked the Jade Pool this time would at least be the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. But he did not expect that, in the end, only 3 half-step primordial chaos existences came. It was really a waste of his efforts. He had overestimated the primordial world. The primordial world had only entered the era of half-step primordial chaos. How could there be so many primordial chaos experts? After all, the Chaos Demon God was a special case. After the Jade Pool entered the cycle of reincarnation, the ministers of the Heavenly Court no longer worshipped the Lingxiao Palace. Instead, they went to the boundless starry sky to worship the Ziwei Palace. Every once in a while, they would report to Feng Zichen about the matters of the Heavenly Court. At this point, Feng Zichen began his days of ruling the primordial world. However, he did not persist in this kind of life for long before he became tired of it. The current Heavenly Court had no power at all. He did not need to create clouds and rain, nor did he need to threaten the operation of the stars. It could be said that he was bored out of his mind. However, in order to prove his existence, the ministers of the Heavenly Court came to bother Feng Zichen about trivial matters. He was really angry. For example, Your Majesty, someone ignored the Heavenly Court and openly despised the gods in the lower realm. Please send troops to attack him. Another example, someone declared himself a king and refused to accept the discipline of the Heavenly Court. Please send troops to attack him. How could Feng Zichen be interested in such things? Therefore, he gave up and directly chased the ministers out of the boundless starry sky to recover his injuries in peace. However, Feng Zichen did not stay in seclusion for long before he was alarmed again. This was because the current Dragon Emperor, Patriarch, of the Dragon Clan personally rushed to the Heavenly Court and announced that he wanted to rely on the Heavenly Court. The Dragon Clan was the overlord of the ancient times. If they wanted to rely on the Heavenly Court, the ministers naturally did not dare to make the decision. They hurriedly went to invite Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion. Regarding this, Feng Zichen took it very seriously. He personally received the Dragon Emperor Ao-E. How could he not take it seriously? Ao-E was Ao Shui's biological brother and Feng Zichen's brother-in-law. This could not be neglected. After a friendly conversation, Feng Zichen conferred Ao-E as the Lord of the Four Seas and controlled the water veins of the primordial world. It had to be said, Feng Zichen's sincerity could not be said to be small. The title that he gave Ao was called the Lord of the Four Seas, but in reality, it was the Lord of the primordial world's water veins. Its status was second only to the four imperial emperors, and it could be said to be a duke. Chapter 599. The Lord of the Water Vein of the Primordial World, as its name suggested, controlled all the water systems in the primordial world. In other words, after receiving Feng Zichen's reward, the Dragon Clan could walk out of the Four Seas and get involved in the major water systems of the primordial world. With the size of the primordial world, there were countless rivers, lakes, and seas, and all of these would belong to the Dragon Clan in the future. One could imagine that when the strength of the Dragon Clan expanded to the extreme one day, the water veins of the primordial world would be filled with the figures of the Dragon Clan. The positions of the Water God and River God were all held by the Dragon Clan or their bloodline descendants. Feng Zichen's move was simply allowing the Dragon Clan to expand rapidly. But he did not care, not to mention his relationship with the Dragon Clan. Even if Hao Yin was still alive, he would reward the Dragon Clan like this when he saw them coming to join him. Because, regardless of whether he gave the title or not, with the current strength of the Dragon Clan, they would be able to stabilize their position as the Lord of the Water Vein. He had no way to stop them. The current Dragon Clan was not the Dragon Clan in Feng Zichen's later life. They were noble in name, but in fact, they were at the mercy of others. The current Dragon Clan had been protected by the ancestral dragon's incarnation because of Feng Zichen's teachings of the incensed divine path. Thus, they avoided a bloody battle with the Demon Clan. This also caused the strength of the Dragon Clan to not weaken after the Shaman and Demon Tribulation. Instead, it became stronger. In a way, it was even more powerful than the current Heavenly Court. To put it bluntly, with the ancestral dragon's incarnation, although there were countless experts in the primordial world who would dare to compete with the Dragon Clan for the position of the Lord of the Water Vein, the other great mediums could not, and Feng Zichen and Hao Yin naturally could not. Whether he gave the title or not, they were already in that position. This was already a fait accompli. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not intend to offend anyone. He simply gave the title of the Lord of the Water Vein to the Dragon Clan to fulfill their wish. In this way, he would gain the favor of the Dragon Clan and greatly increase the prestige of the Heavenly Court. Why not? Of course, Feng Zichen dared to reward the Dragon Clan in this way. More importantly, he wanted to set an example for the major forces of the primordial world. Preferential treatment of the Dragon Clan to attract all races. This was the so-called buying horse bones with 1,000 taels of gold. Now that the Dragon Clan had obtained such great benefits, how could the other god clans not be tempted after seeing this? Perhaps they would directly join the Heavenly Court. Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. After receiving this reward, Ao naturally had nothing to be dissatisfied with. After exchanging greetings with Feng Zichen for a while, he left with a smile. However, before he left, he also promised Feng Zichen that he would send a dragon expert to the sky in a few days to fulfill his duty. As for what his duties were, was there even need to ask? The responsibility of the dragon race. Isn't it just summoning clouds and summoning rain? Taking advantage of the absence of the heavenly jade pool, Feng Zichen planned to gather part of the power of the heavenly court into his own hands in case of emergency. Of course, in order to show that he was not greedy for power, Feng Zichen hung all the powerful dragons under the Gaochen Heavenly Palace after they became deities in the heaven. The emperor of the Gaochen Heavenly Palace was known as the master of myriad gods. He held the myriad gods' picture in his hand and controlled the gods. The god of clouds and rain should be under the name of the emperor of the Gaochen Heavenly Emperor and be under his control. Once the experts of the Dragon Clan ascended to the heavens, their names would naturally appear on the myriad gods map to increase the foundation of the incense divine path. Thinking about it, regarding this point, the experts of the Dragon Clan did not have any objections. After all, everyone knew that the emperor of the Gaochen Heavenly Emperor was from the Zichen clan of the human race. He was also the master of the incense divine path. Sigh. A glorious era has finally come to an end. Looking at Ao Yi's departing figure, Feng Zichen sighed. At some point in time, the old Dragon Emperor had passed the position of Dragon Emperor to Ao Yi. He had retreated from the world and pursued the great Tao and peace. It was the same for the other innate races. The old patriarch gradually let go and let the younger generation take over the power of the clan. The phenomenon of the replacement of the old and the new silently proceeded in the primordial world. It would probably not be long. It would probably be difficult to see those figures who were active in the primordial world in the early years in the future. With the passage of time, those old fellows would slowly become myths, legends, or even forgotten by the people. In short, with the transfer of power between the old and the new, it was already the end of an era. The primordial world. The world was about to change. Not long after the Dragon Clan announced that they had joined the Heavenly Court, the other two innate races also announced that they had joined the Heavenly Court. Feng Zichen was not stingy with his rewards. They were all rewarded greatly. He conferred the Phoenix clan as the leader of all birds and ruled over the bird lineage. He conferred the Qilin clan as the leader of all beasts and ruled over the beast lineage. As long as their requests were not excessive, Feng Zichen agreed to all of them. As for the other forces of the primordial world, after seeing that the former overlords of the primordial world, the three innate races, had joined the heavenly court and obtained many benefits, they were all moved and announced that they had joined the heavenly court. In an instant, the strength of the heavenly court increased greatly, and Feng Zichen, who had caused all of this, also increased his prestige. All the living beings of the primordial world shouted the name of the great emperor of the great North Pole. Endless willpower surged into the Ziwei Heavenly Palace, causing a miraculous change to the place where Feng Zichen lived. It forcefully evolved into a miraculous heavenly domain. It was supreme, as if it was at the center of the heavenly Tao, existing with billions of rules. Therefore, the domain name of this heavenly domain was Daluo Heaven. It meant the supreme heavenly domain. Daluo Heaven was supreme, far surpassing the 33 heavens. Therefore, he was independent and had nothing to do with it. The appearance of Daluo Heaven made Feng Zichen, who was already extremely prestigious, even more prestigious. There were even people who had already issued the slogan of letting great Emperor Ziwei take a step closer to becoming a celestial emperor. These words made Feng Zichen really moved. If he was not seriously injured, he might have taken it seriously. Of course, this was just a joke. Feng Zichen was not so irrational. During Hao Yan's reign, not only did he not make any mistakes, he had also made many contributions. Now, in order to save the primordial world, he had fallen into the calamity of reincarnation. If Feng Zichen took Hao Yan's position at this time, not only would he not have a legitimate reason, but the spittle of a group of great divine abilities could drown him. Under the uproar of the crowd, in order to avoid suspicion, Feng Zichen placed the various forces that had recently joined the heavenly court under the names of the other gods according to their types. Yes, he used this to express that he was selfless and fair. To be honest, Feng Zichen felt a little guilty. The various major forces of the primordial world had joined the heavenly court one after another. They said that it was for his reward, but in reality, it was because the four emperors had joined forces to fight against the demon ancestor Rahu and protect the primordial world and all living beings. The human heart was made of flesh. After seeing Feng Zichen and Hao Yan's performance, how could they not express anything? Feng Zichen's timely reward gave the various forces a reason to join the heavenly court. It could be said that Feng Zichen could have his current prestige because of Hao Yan. If Hao Yan had not entered the reincarnation tribulation, the one who enjoyed the worship of all living beings today would not be Feng Zichen, the great emperor of Ziwei, but heavenly emperor Hao Yan. Although Feng Zichen had contributed the most to fighting against the demon ancestor Rahu, Hao Yan was still the heavenly emperor, the nominal ruler of the primordial world. Naturally, all the credit had to be given to him. However, as Hao Yan stepped into the reincarnation, all the credit, including Hao Yan's share, was Feng Zichen's. Sigh. This was the will of the heavens. It could only be said that Hao Yan was unlucky. Is this the Daoyuo heaven? Is it the closest place to the Tao? In the Daoyuo heaven, Feng Zichen looked around curiously. The Daoyuo heaven. He had heard of this leader before. The legendary supreme heaven, the residence of the Taoist priests, was also the closest place to the Tao. Legend had it that cultivating here was more likely to achieve the Tao than other places. In the past, Feng Zichen had thought of looking for this heaven, but after he searched the primordial world, he did not find any traces of the Daoyuo heaven. At that time, he knew that the Daoyuo heaven had not been born yet. Therefore, Feng Zichen gave up the idea of looking for the Daoyuo heaven, but he did not expect that the Daoyuo heaven that he could not find would suddenly appear by his side today under the inspiration of the wishes of all living beings. Yes, the Daoyuo heaven was not evolved by the wishes of all living beings. Instead, he had always been there, but he had only appeared today. After being stunned at the beginning, Feng Zichen gradually figured it out. In the center of the boundless starry sky, where the Ziwei star was, wasn't it the highest place in the primordial world? Higher than him was the chaos outside the heavens. As the supreme heaven, the Daoyuo heaven should appear in the highest place in the primordial world, near the Ziwei star, right? On the other hand, the Daoyuo heaven had always been by Feng Zichen's side, but he did not notice this at all. It was a little embarrassing. What a good place. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a precept domain. In the Daoyuo heaven, Feng Zichen could see boundless Tao laws, as if they were describing all the mysteries of the world. Looking at them could make people immersed in them. This heavenly domain should not be called a heavenly domain, but a Tao domain. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 1,000 days. Moreover, cultivating here was easier to comprehend the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. It was easier to reach the realm of the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian than in other places. This was for cultivators of the saint realm. For cultivators who had not become Daoyuo Jingxian, this place was also a treasure land. In the era where the world was easier and the laws were hidden, cultivators of the Tai Jingxian realm who cultivated in the Daoyuo heaven could enjoy the treatment at the beginning of the world to increase the possibility of breaking through to the Daoyuo Jingxian. However, the level of the Daoyuo heaven was still too high. As its name suggested, it was a world prepared for the Taoist priests and the Daoyuo Jingxian. Therefore, cultivators of the Tai Jingxian could not stay in the Daoyuo heaven for long. Otherwise, they would definitely be assimilated by the Tao laws in the Daoyuo heaven and become a part of the rules of heaven and earth. However, Tai Jingxian could also obtain endless benefits if they cultivated in the Daoyuo heaven for a short period of time. At the very least, it could increase their chances of confirming the Tao. The appearance of the Daoyuo heaven was undoubtedly a good thing for Feng Zichen. This could allow him to nurture more experts. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch. The Daoyuo heaven would not appear for no reason. and it would not fall into the hands of Feng Zichen for nothing. All of this had a price. After refining the origin of the Daluo heaven, Feng Zichen naturally learned his mission. Daluo Jingxian, the cultivation place of the Daluo Jingxian. In other words, the appearance of the Daluo heaven was to gather all the Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world here to facilitate management. The Daluo Jingxian here did not refer to the current Daluo Jingxian, but the ancient Daluo Jingxian, which included the quasi-saint realm. As the primordial world entered the postnatal era, the resources between heaven and earth became increasingly scarce. In the past, any famous mountain or river could support one or more Daluo Jingxian. But now, the world had changed. Other than the 36 grotto heavens, the 72 blessed lands, and some special regions, there were still traces of the previous era. The rest of the primordial world was transforming into the postnatal era and was no longer enough to support the Daluo Jingxian. Only the postnatal chi born in the famous mountains and rivers could no longer satisfy the daily needs of the Daluo Jingxian for cultivation. In the long run, with the cultivation of the Daluo Jingxian, the postnatal chi in the primordial world would become increasingly scarce. Therefore, in order to prevent the primordial world from entering the Dharma ending age due to the lack of postnatal chi, the world had changed. The heavens and earth spontaneously adjusted and evolved into the great overarching heaven as a cultivation ground for great overarching golden immortals. Yes, heaven and earth meant that the current primordial world was not as good as it used to be and could not accommodate too many Daluo Jingxian. So, if you want to continue cultivating, then go to the grand overarching heaven that I've specially created for you. Cultivating in the Daluo heaven was much easier than cultivating in the outside world. It could be seen how sincere heaven and earth was. However, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. Even with such great benefits, it would not be easy for the Daluo Jingxian to head to the Daluo heaven. However, the appearance of the Daluo heaven had already expressed the meaning of heaven and earth. They had to go even if they didn't want to. In short, the cultivators above the Daluo Jingxian, they could not continue to stay in the primordial world. Of course, things were not absolute. Entering the Daluo heaven was not the only way. Now, there were 3 paths in front of the Daluo Jingxian. The first path, naturally, it was to head to the Daluo heaven. The second path, it was to head to the blessed grotto heavens. What was a blessed grotto heavens? It gathered the good fortune of heaven and earth. Even if heaven and earth were easier, it would be difficult to affect these places. They would still maintain the best cultivation environment. Not to mention supporting the Daluo Jingxian, even supporting the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was not a problem. Therefore, after the Daluo Jingxian went to the blessed grotto heavens, he did not have to worry about his daily cultivation needs anymore. However, all the blessed grotto heavens in the primordial world had owners. They were all in the hands of top-notch great divine abilities. Ordinary people could not enter without a way in. Just this point alone was enough to limit countless people. Apart from these 2 paths, there was a third path, which was to head to the heaven realm. The heaven realm was the top world in the primordial world, the place where the good fortune of heaven and earth gathered. Its level was countless times higher than the blessed grotto heavens, even the Saints' Dao Field, Kunlun Mountain, and other holy lands. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.